Bum, 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 bum. Hello. Oh, didn't want to click that button. Whoopsie. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, this is Zohran kind of a day today, to be honest. But yeah, I'm gonna do some reorganization of my furnace stacks. Didn't really place them all that well. I'm gonna replace them. Now, isn't that gonna be a lot of work? Yes. It will be a lot of work. It's gonna kind of suck. I'm gonna fix it now before I scale up even more. Fix it up to my liking, to be honest. I'm like trying to think to myself how exactly I'm gonna approach this problem. Yeah, I'll call it a problem. Holy shit, God, this guy doesn't understand fucking criticisms. Man, this dude is really obsessed with me. That's crazy. That's not the correct button. This is the correct button I want to click. Lovely. Put this here. We'll put this here. And then open up the game. Click the play button. Switch here. See if this can detect... Turn off the music. No more music. Do you want to detect FACTORIO for me, please, and thank you? I would appreciate that. I would like you to capture FACTORIO if you can. Capture foreground window with hotkey. Interesting. Not exactly what I want, though. Man, I would have liked you to have been able to capture that. Wonder why game capture doesn't really work. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. What did I do? I didn't really do anything, to be honest. I did not. I did nothing. I did nothing and I fixed it. Yay. Let's get to building. Well, when the game loads. Which might take some time. I have a bunch of mods on here. Yay! It's Friday today. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get my... I also want to get my defenses a little sorted out. Try to figure out where there might be a biter nest. Or like maybe figure out where like potential vectors of attack might occur. So I can put some turrets down. Just put like little pillboxes. 4 turrets surrounded with some walls. Should be more than enough to be able to take on, well, biters. And then quietly work upon my industry. Have I finished researching all the stuff I want to research? Not yet. Okay, cool. Let me stop this for the time being. Because I want to kind of move it. Ag! Alright, we're going to do a little bit of reorganization because I want to move these furnace stacks. Time to actually set up our bus and everything, all this good stuff. Want probably about 2 lanes, I think, is more than enough for iron. We're probably going to want to move this as well. Like I have bots or anything. Get the deconstructor. That for now. Alright. All this extra shit I have for the time being, except for you guys. Going to grab. Gonna take some time, it'll be a little arduous, but that's okay. Better to do it now. Better to do it now. Do. Man, it's a lot of iron. With this power pole, chop down these trees, because they're just going to be in the way. Rock. Get a tree seed. Nothing bad is absorbing pollution yet. All right. Recopy the bad boy. Something like that. We're going to stick it probably. Let's go like. Go like right there. Got all these damn trees out of the way. As we all know, the cryptid that is the FACTORIO engineer cannot stand shrubbery. And then we do another copy paste. So we want this to be 3 tiles away. We'll build our iron furnace stack again. No, it's misaligned. Don't need those chests there. Okay. Alright, there we go. Got rid of all that shit. Do not want to make steel with that. That's okay. Just wanted to place all the damn iron somewhere. But hey, I got a piece of steel, I guess. We'll eventually make use of all this stuff. That's crazy. You're still being cringe in my mind, Boy Meets Minnie. You're never escaping the cringe allegations. It's over for you, Buster. You know, it's probably easier if I just stick this shit in a chest and just forget about it. Oh, please don't go full Jerry. That guy stinks! Never go full Jerry, okay? Never go full Mungus. Our resident, I guess, recurring character. Yeah, Sussus Among Us. I don't even know what Jerry Mungus's whole fucking shtick is right now. I do not know I do not. I will never understand the actions of Jerry Mungus, nor do I ever wish to understand the actions of Jerry Mungus. I need to redesign this a little bit. I have no idea who the fuck that is, Boy Meets Minnie. I ain't got no clue who the hell that dude is. Something's attacking me. Got a biter? Go away. I guess we're gonna start getting some biters, huh? No, that's starting absorbing any pollution. Okay. This is a random biter that just came out of nowhere? Where did that guy come from? That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. I don't even know where that biter came from. Let's fix this. Because otherwise it'll annoy me. Where did that biter even come from? Where did he even come from? What does he do? Okay, I was working on slightly amending this. That works. Yeah, that works. Got all this extra damn coal now. What does he do with all this coal? He's probably stick it in a chest somewhere. Reintegrate it. I still don't really understand what was being said exactly by saying that I don't know, I guess I'm like anti-Palestine for some reason because I think what Israel is doing is bad. And that I'm being like inherently dishonest about like ContraPoints' position or something. I don't even understand what like that argument that was happening there really was. I'll be honest, it just kind of confused me. It's like the byproduct of, I don't know, dealing with like delusional schizophrenia or some shit. I don't know. This is weird. Alright, that works. So I'm gonna just attach underground like so. Just like that. Perfect. That works. Still don't know where that biter came from. Now, if I want more lanes, I can add more lanes. Blah, 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 blah. Very modular, very scalable, folks. Let me tell you, we love modular and scalable design, folks. I must say, FACTORIO has good music. I like FACTORIO. It's a good game. If people heard me say that I think this game is a pretty good game, I think it's a pretty good game. Do still need to find that the nest. Don't know where the nest is, but we'll do that once we, you know, take care of our shit here first. I would like to get rid of that nest. Just kill it. What's the best way to stop biter attacks? By just murdering them before they start showing up. Murder? What the? From my heckin' Pizzerino, Epicarino, Communistarino, Deuterino? What the? Killing is bad. That's not very epic, wholesome, Big Chungus, Epic 100, Big Chungus, Big Epic. Chungus, Epic. Wholesome 100. Also, you know what I want to understand, Boy Meets Mini? What does it mean to essentially be like, have like baseless, uninteresting coverage on topics? That's also a thing that very much so confuses me. I'm just like, why? Like, why? You know? Like, what does that mean? One... Okay, yeah, it's 3 away. Okay, so the new copper stack will go right here. Fuck. Alright, for all this extra damn bullshit that I have. I want to get rid of. Ugh. Nope. Middle belt is the output. Coal. This is how you get the coal and the raw ore here. It's right here. First off, I need to get rid of that because this is going to be the coal for the copper, so that needs to stay separate. Raw ore comes in here. Coal comes through here. And they go on the same belt. Simple furnace stack. Not too crazy. You'll see when it's all flipped on. Again. Go. Alright, power pulls back down. Everything else can stay as ghosts for the time being for when I decide to scale up. Production. That is. Well, 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 look who it is. If it isn't our favorite fucking lolcow, Jerry Mungus. Well, what is Jerry Mungus here to cry about today? I have no electrical cable. And now I have plenty of electrical cable. There we go. That's all connected. Lovely. Alright, now let's start to think about a little bit of reorganization. Good thing I'm doing this now, before I forget. You guys are just kind of being chillin'. That's fine. I'm not sure if I want to move the power plant or not. Because I don't want to get rid of the spaceship. I want to keep the spaceship. But this shit ain't fitting 40 boilers. Oh yeah, the random tree I grew here. Nice. Oh well. Okay, why don't we tear up the rest of this shit and keep going. There's no more pollution because I'm producing nothing. Thank you. Because I'm reorganizing all my shit right now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This rudimentary stuff was okay for the time being. Time to actually put something together. You got nothing to say, Jerry? Nothing to be, like, I don't know, overly pedantic about or some shit? Nothing? Strange of you to be so quiet. I'm gonna assume that Jerry probably left. Because I'm getting real sick and tired of all just non-criticisms. The only people who do, like, stupid, annoying non-criticisms are people like you, Jerry. Oh. Yeah, you want me to point to Palestine on a fucking map? Sure. Boy Meets Mini probably could very easily do it too. Oh, you even commented that you're done interacting with my channel, yet you're still interacting with my channel, even though you barely fucking have any understanding of the fucking thing that you're so triggered about. Like, bro, you're so goofy. Here, why don't we get a world map? Play a little game. It's not the best image. I want to get one that's a little clearer. Do. So here's the world map. And Palestine is right there. Right by Jordan. See? Whoa, there it is. It's not the best. Not the best map. But hey, it's crazy. I'm not American, you idiot. Dude, you're the one... You're complaining about me being fucking racist? You're the one who's fucking constantly complaining about me not being able to point out fucking Palestine on a map, bro. And you're the one who, I don't know, wants to be, like, overly annoying and stupidly fucking pedantic about seemingly an argument that you can't understand. Like... You just want to be like, listen, Jerry, I understand. I don't know, like, someone's not giving you attention, so you're deciding to come here, be annoying to get the attention that you're seeking. Like, it's fine, Jerry. You can just, like, admit it. Like, I don't want to give a shit. I don't care if you're American or not. I've consistently talked about Israel-Palestine, like, for years. You don't know how long I've been streaming. You don't know any of my fucking history. You don't know shit. Why am I denying your ethnicity? Dude, this fucking, like, stupid woke scold bullshit. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid dumbass. Yeah, I'm denying your ethnicity. What, you're fucking Palestinian? But yeah, I'm denying your ethnicity by saying that ContraPoints is wrong and saying that Zionism is actually bad. Like, what are you fucking talking about, you clown? Alright, so I'm gonna start planning this shit out. Don't need a balancer at this moment. Can I make assembly machines? No, I don't have any gears. Get a bunch of iron plates. Assemble a bunch of these by hand. What the fuck are you talking about co-opting it as a gotcha moment? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? ContraPoints posted a public opinion on a public forum, which is disagreeable. I even gave so much fucking charity to ContraPoints. Like, what are you talking about? Would you say the same thing about, like, Israeli propagandists and Zionists who are using this as, like, a gotcha moment to attack a fucking goddamn minority population? Well, I mean, I should have expected that in, like, Jerry Mungus's eternal contrarianism, that he has to be I don't know, a Zionist in order to also help satiate his, contrarian sort of tendencies. So, I don't really give a shit. Yeah, free Palestine. You are okay with ethnic cleansing and the modern Holocaust of our time. You can, like, cope and fucking seethe about it for as far as I'm concerned. Like, cope. Like, literally just cope. Jerry, I don't think anyone really knows what fucking point you're raising, to be honest, my dude. Jerry, whenever I interact with half of your fucking positions, it's just like non-criticisms, non-arguments, and just you getting fucking mad about stuff, my dude. Like, like you don't address anything that I fucking say whenever I decide to reply to your incessant nonsense, my dude. Like, you're the fucking problem, bro. Let's stick gears in the bus. Okay, bye, you nuisance. I'm not bringing up atrocities to make myself look better. You're just a fucking schizophrenic fucking freak. Like, you are the fucking problem, my dude. You're just a dumb fucking Zionist. Like, cope and seethe about it. No wonder you fucking supported Ethan Klein. So, whatever. What fucking talking point? What argument am I even losing? Like, what's your fucking position? Like, I'm not... Like, I've talked about the fucking genocide consistently on my fucking channel, saying that it's fucking bad. How is this me losing an argument? I talked about what Joe Biden was doing was also fucking bad when he was, like, going along with October fucking 7th. That was a year ago, dude. Like, or at this point, almost 2 years ago. I've been consistent on this. I'm a political content creator. I talk about politics and the news. Like, that's what I do. Like, you can just, like, I don't know, mauled, be mad about it. I don't really give a shit. And that it's really not my problem if your fucking fifis are being fucking hurt. I don't really care about that. You're just okay with supporting abhorrence. That's the position that you want to adopt. That is what you are okay with. Let's just go with... This may be a little overkill. I'm gonna go with 8, I think. 8 gear assemblers. You know, if that dude does decide to fucking show back up in my fucking comment section, I'm just gonna be like, so, you're still obsessed with me, huh? Because the dude just keeps wanting to, like, yap and argue and just be, like, really fucking annoying constantly. I mean, yeah, it is free fucking engagement, but I suppose the saga of Gary Mungus, or Jerry Mungus, has now ended. Also, the dude says, I grew up Arabic. It's just like, sure, man. Like, I don't really give a shit if you fucking, like, grew up Arabic. Free Palestine. Yada, yada, yada. Where's the rate calculator? I think it's Alt-C? No, it's not Alt-C. What's rate calculator? Oh, there we go. Alt-X. Whoops. How many gears is this? 8 per second? Okay. That should be more than enough. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really get any more simple than that, but Jerry Mungus is, well, dude's a conservative more than likely. And so, people like Jerry there are okay with, you know, occupation and conquest. Also, I don't really understand why that dude is just saying, like, I'm leaving. Bro, you weren't even, like, a subscriber. Like, you're just, like, a belligerent, a nuisance, an annoyance. So, like, okay, goodbye. Like, I have nothing of value was lost. Like, I don't give a fuck. Sure, man. Like, go away. I don't like you. You're very annoying. Don't know if I want 2 lanes of gears. Maybe I do want 2 lanes of gears. I don't know if I need 2 lanes of gears. But yeah, we're just starting to assemble the bus. Bus. Very modularly easy design for expansionary purposes. Alright, let's... Now, think about integrating copper. I almost want to make a bet that, like, I don't know, Jerry Mungus was like a Destiny fucking fan or some shit. Had the kind of vibe, you know, overly pedantic, stupid, fucking incredibly annoying, about, like, complete, just incessant nonsense, and it's just like, brother, like, if you just want to be, like, really fucking annoying... I mean, yeah, we can't know for sure, that's true, Boy Meets Mini, but again, we've had former Destiny fans come on before, and we've yapped with them before, and they were perfectly, like, normal and cordial, to be honest. Like, I've had better interactions with the former Destiny fans, to be honest. Like, I didn't mind them whatsoever, the two people who've come in before into YouTube chat. You know? You know, when they wanted to talk about, like, me, I don't know, being dishonest about fucking Tectone. It's just like, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I had no problems with those people. Like, they were fine. They were normal. This dude's just like just a nuisance. Just like a complete utter annoyance of an individual who doesn't give much of a shit at all about, I don't know, the things that they purport to fucking care about. It's just like, I don't believe you for even like 3 fucking seconds. I think you're just full of shit and you're just overly annoying and pedantic. Like, I don't like you in the slightest. How exactly do I want to do this? Because we're going to put circuits on the bus for sure. We're going to just, like, I don't know. If we need to move this around, we need to move this around. It's not the end of the world. Bop. Bop. This is a little much, I think, for just starting out, but it's more than enough. Ooh, no, actually, this is incorrect. The reason this is incorrect is because I also need copper. Which means I need some long-handed inserters so I can grab the necessary, so I can grab the necessary other stuff. Because it needs iron. Alright, so let's lay out where the output belt's going to be. This is where the output's going to be. And this is the input for the iron. We turn these around. There we go. Rudimentary green circuits. Not really rudimentary. It's easy. Now we integrate that onto the bus. Maybe they were an Ethan Klein fan. Who knows? Yeah, true. He is our rent payer. You are our legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Of course, if I want to add more lanes of circuits, very easy to just copy and paste this shit to another lane. If I want another, like, lane of circuits. But honestly, for the purposes right now, this is more than enough circuits. Let's do a little calking. 8 circuits per second. We're probably going to need more iron mines. 15 per second plus this, so this is going to consume 16 iron per second, which means we're going to need more iron. Not enough as is. That's okay. That's why we have this prepared. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You're my best friend. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics to the song. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. It'd be kind of tough to potentially stick a lane balancer in there, but for now, it's fine. We'll figure out that problem when we get there, eventually. That works. Not the cleanest, but it works. Gets the job done. Lovely. Alright. Cool, fun, good stuff. Might stick a little mall here. Finagle with it, yada yada yada. It's already been about an hour. It's crazy. Oh, we've gotten plenty of building done. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. It's a good song, you know, especially that now that I know that it's East Europeans that made it. That just makes it better, I'll be honest. I'm biased. I am East European, therefore I am racist. That's how that works. We all know this. We all know, we all know. Whoops, I did not want copy. Rate calculator, please. Okay. Fix this up as well a little bit, because this is some dog shit. We do some funny little tricks, folks. All right. Let's start to hook everything back up. Then we need to think about where we're going to stick science. Yes, I need to integrate the rest. Where is... Perfect. Electrical lines are here. So I want to do something like that. Okay. Stick that. Stick like right there. Another splitter is needed. You know what? I feel like listening to the song now. It's time to listen to Thank You, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. I'm listening it again. It's just a good song, dude. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Why is this song so good?
Friend, you are the rent payer, you are the legend.
So cool.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer, you are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size.
It's very basic.
2025, promoting the left side. Denimsby and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you,
well,
Ethan Klein.
critical support.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
Highly critical support of Bad Empanada.
You are the legend.
It's very nice of Ethan Klein to do all this. What an unbelievably kind thing of Ethan Klein to do. And the gears and everything are flowing. What can I say, folks? It's very nice of Ethan Klein to do all these things for us, isn't it, folks? Splitter. I didn't place this perfectly. No! Like, I get the sentiment that we're not from a place. We don't know everything about it. For example, Kashmir, you need to be well educated on subcontinent history and diversity for this one. But Israel-Palestine is very well established on what the correct position is. Well, yeah, exactly. It's just... No, I mean, Jerry Mungus's fucking modus operandi is just to be as, like, stupid and fucking annoying as possible. Like, that's it. Like, the dude just wants to be, like, really dumb and really annoying for the express purpose of I don't know, trying to get a rise out of me for some reason. And it's only just, like, specifically me for some fucking reason. Because, I don't know, I decided to, you know, engage with his schizophrenic delusions for long enough. And that's gears. That's circuits. Look at all those green things go. Alright. Now that my reorganizations have been successful, we are starting to stink up the place a little bit again. That's okay. So we have too many gear assemblers for the amount of red signs that we're going to be creating. However, it's not really that big of a deal because of the fact that these are just going to be general sort of, the gears for the whole thing. So we're going to start building, we're going to put up our fucking labs again. Begin to put this shit back together. For science. You know what, we're listening to the song again. Because again, it's a song of my people. Always have nice Factorio music too.
Ethan Klein, you are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side, Denims, B and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
It's very nice to do all these things, obviously.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Listen, Ethan, it's very nice that you decided to help promote a bunch of left-wing content creators. Very nice and very cool of you, Ethan Klein. Ethan, please stand up. I appreciate your service. It's very lovely and very kind and generous of you, Ethan.
Alright. Need more splitters. Sure, it's a song of my people. A song of my people. Thank you. Thank you, USA.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you,
That's so funny, dude. It is very good. Guys, I wonder why Bosnians might be saying this. I wonder why. Yeah, it gets the YouTube stream copyrighted because of this. Man, whatever.
Thank you, USA. Stopping genocide. Helping small Kosovo. Stopping their own fight. In 1999. Helping in Kosovo. Two men shaking hands.
It's Bill Clinton. Don't they have like a fucking what? Don't they have a statue to Bill Clinton? Right? Don't they? In Kosovo? Or is it Albania? I mean, Bill Clinton was like one of the main people responsible for stopping the actions of Serbia, quite literally. I mean, it makes sense. Like Bill Clinton's a piece of shit, obviously, but I honestly like for this in particular, I can't, I get it. It's like, you know what? I understand. I it's like I think I get it. I understand. I too would probably be also very thankful of Bill Clinton from stopping allowing NATO to be deployed in order to stop attacks from the genocidal intentions of the Serbians. I'm just throwing that out there.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
That's funny, bro.
You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
Thank you, Ethan Klein.
Very cool.
That we do, the way we thank you, this song that we sing, memories will bring. In so many countries, you are keeping peace, you are the lifesaver, you are pain release. Thank you, USA, you are my best friend, you are the peacekeeper. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
Very good. Thank you, USA. Alright, and that's red science back. Alright, let's put our labs back up. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You know, we'll probably redesign this a couple times, but let's just stick them in here for now. We'll just throw them over here. You know, fuck it. Don't need to go too crazy with it at the moment. I'll think up with something later to do with these guys. We'll eventually have to stick green science on here, so I'm going to want to only put this on one side of the belt. So we'll just do that. Again, doesn't need to be the fanciest thing. Just works. There we go. Look at all those chickens!
I can't believe that Daharumba is working on woke DEI green science. Kind of woke, kind of libtard. Woke liberal.
Let's queue up a bunch of other random shit. In the meantime. Actually, we should just start prepping for green science. Alright, so green science, we need, thinking about how I want to design this. So we already have circuits on the bus, we have gears on the bus. So we don't need to make a dedicated, because I'll show the design that I have for my science setup on Shido. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that. It's too much of a pain in the ass. Realizes that I have a bunch of different mods. I'm just like, actually, I'm not going to do that. It'd be too much of a pain in the neck, and I don't want to do that. Too much of a pain in the ass? Fuck that. You guys have fun with that. Ooh, 60 science permits. Pretty good. It's very fast. This can obviously be improved and whatnot, but for now, for our purposes, more than enough. Okay, let's start thinking about green science. So... Quick reminder, the ratios you want for, I believe, about 100 science-ish per minute is, or rather the general ratios for, like, machines that you want are 565, 565, 12, 7, 7. Those are the ratios you want. So that's for red, green, black, blue, and purple, and piss. Those are the ratios that you want for your science. So remember your piss science. Remember your purple. Remember the green. This is on the test. I think I want localized inserter assembly. We also need to make belts. I have an idea in my mind for as to how I want to do this. It's a good game. Even just vanilla is good. This game is pretty good. I do have to say. I'm just wondering where the residents are. They're around here somewhere. I just don't know where. Yo, big rock. Okay. What exactly do I want to do? Okay, so we need an assembler for both belts and inserters. Because we need belts and inserters to make green signs. We can stick these both on one belt if we want. Like this. We'll make another separate belt assembly so we can make more belts. Because we always need more belts. Plates, gears. Let's see. What consumes more? It's 111. Okay. Why don't we put the gears on the top and then the circuits and the plates on the inside? Grab some plates. Some circuits. Eventually I'll make them all and then this won't be a problem. But for now, we just want to do a bunch of research. Get our research out of the way, do our good stuff, blah, 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 blah. exactly where I want to put that. I think I only need one lane of gears. It's probably enough. Alright, we can start throwing together some belts. And from this alone, what we can do is also have a little buffer chest if we need more belts. You know, so if we run out, we can grab some.
We're gonna make a nice little buffer.
The next stuff. Let's get military 2, automation 2, logistics 2. Do I want any solar? I hate solar. Solar is so fucking bad. Right, we're eventually gonna have to start thinking about steel to slap onto the bus. And also, besides steel, actually, before we get any of this stuff, get automation 2. Get the lab research speed, because it just makes it faster, more efficient. So you need an iron plate. Somewhat scuffed, but it works. And that's inserters.
Very good, folks.
Now, this should be enough to supply, I believe, 12 assemblers for science. Should be enough, I'm pretty sure, if I remember my ratios correctly. I'm trying to think, do I just want to grab them from the middle? I think I just want to put the science in the middle. Just use a splitter. Can you guys not? Thank you. I think the residents are angry. They're trying to nibble away at my belts. Oh yeah, we're gonna start receiving some attacks from the residents. Okay, that's fine. The residents are gonna start attacking us. We're being a little too stinky. I just don't know where they're coming from. Stick it right here for now. Don't care. Assembling science right now. Why am I building this out so far out? What am I doing? Again, this is going to be a lot easier when I have medium power poles. These damn wooden ones do not have the range that I need in terms of coverage area. It's very annoying. Okay, so they're coming from this direction. Alright. I'll keep that in mind when I have to murder them. I guess you can call them the Tyranids. I think we need improved inserters. Just not keeping up. There. That'll keep up. Now you'll keep up. Alright, that's green science. That is green science. All done. Let the science flow. It gets the job done. Excuse me. I think the only other thing I want to now make is just make a little mall.
Let me tell you, folks, we're going to the mall. We're going to the mall, folks. Let me tell you.
Alright, we're getting rid of these buffer chests. Because we are going to make a small mall. Because we need to get rid of... Not get rid of. We just need to start stocking up. Not supplies, but start making things, you know. Well, what exactly do you want? Belts. Small better have a GameStop? I have bad news. Small won't have a GameStop. We want belts. Yes, we now have assembly machine 2s. Inserters. Fast inserters. Well, you know, it sucks to suck, Boy Meets Mini. And because the thing is, with these particular things, you don't really need anything else besides plates and circuits. So that's why we're going to get something, just something rudimentary. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. Something that allows us just to start to stockpile up some resources. And eventually this will all be expanded into more of the stuff that we need. So what? Inserters. We also need long inserters. Which means you also need it from the inserters. That's annoying. I'll figure that out. We'll want electric mining drills. There's a slight problem here because eventually I'll have to figure out a way to fit stone in all this shit somehow. It would appear there was another attack. Yeah, I'm eventually gonna have to fit stone somehow in here, but we'll figure that out eventually. We'll shift around all of this shit, basically, eventually. Until we start to actually need more stone. And then we'll just integrate stone. Is going to be my plan. This stuff we don't really need to move right now. This stuff can stay. And then I need steel. Steel we're going to sort of take off of the iron. Throw it along here, basically. That means I'll also need to put in coal, but coal we will basically just drag it over and along the outside. So it's not that big of a deal. Or we can just like integrate the stack. One of these fucking stacks here. Use that for, whatever the fuck. Basically use one of these stacks that will initially make some iron, and then it'll make steel. So it basically feeds itself. But I'll finagle with that eventually, once we need it. For now, we don't.
For now, we don't need it. Good people of Arrakis.
Let's have a thing for ammo. Because we're starting to get biter attacks. Mining drills. Ammo. Some other shit, probably. Still plates and circuits on the same place. Tunes gears will be separate. Okay. Well, that's kind of rude. What's wrong with a little long hair? Cranjo. Cranjo Kazooie. Plates and circuits, I think I said we're gonna be on here. So we'll do this. This. Listen, if you're like the paragon of beauty, Kronjo, post pics. What if you're so fucking attractive? Post pics. Let's see them. If I'm so fucking ugly, post pics. Don't be a bitch. Post pics. Can you guys not attack from that location, please? It's kind of annoying. Another this. Yeah, let's see them. Post pics, post piggies, post them. I ain't got all day. If you think you're so attractive. It's a little unfortunate that I have to just kind of do this, and just like that, we have now automated, well, basic supplies. Imagine being less attractive than fucking Jerry Mungus. That's crazy. That's not really a priority. I definitely want better power poles. That's for sure. Let's get logistics 2, military 2. Grab this. Big box. Let's get a car just for Boy Meets Mini. Because Boy Meets Mini loves critical racing theory. What I want to work on after? Black Science? We'll do Black Science tomorrow. That's when we're going to need stone. We'll have to move over the science design a little bit, but that's okay. That's not too bad. And also we'll have to move over the assembly machines for the gears, but that's not too bad, to be honest. Let's get trains in there. Oh, I didn't make a thing for assembly machines. I need to make an assembly machine for assembly machines, of course. Silly me, how could I forget? Well, we do have assembly machines too. Don't really have the power grid to be able to sustain it for the time being, but that's okay. We'll classic Factorio motto is, if you don't have enough of a thing, just build more, smile. Rats are nice. I like rats. I think they're nice animals. Why would you disparage rats like that? That's kind of messed up, dude. What did rats do to deserve this, unkindness? Like, I'm a big fan of Skaven. Any Skaven enjoyers? Love me some Skaven. Oh, that's not true at all, Boy Meets Mini. Skaven are fucking assholes. Like, if you look up the term evil in the dictionary, you're gonna see Skaven. Again, this is also like another archetype of person that seems to generally just like come into the chat very often, is someone who's just like, haha, you look ugly. Or like comments and videos saying, haha, you look ugly. And it's just like, what do you mean by that exactly? Like, how do you know what the standards of beauty are? Like, I don't understand. It's a little confusing to me. Like, I haven't seen what you fucking look like. Like, post pics. If you're so attractive, post him. The point that I'm essentially trying to reach here is, generally speaking, people who say stuff like this are incredibly fucking insecure. Oh, I forgot a bunch of fucking inserters when I place these things. Haha, silly me. No wonder everything was so slow. Whoops. We need steel now, huh? Alright, we'll start thinking about that eventually, but for now, don't really need that at the moment. Ooh, I should also have an assembly machine for gun turrets as well, I think. That would not be a bad idea. Yes, I'm probably going to need more iron. Is that all this Bubby had to say? This is very boring, I'm gonna be honest. 25? Okay. Which means we need 5 more. in order to be able to saturate a full yellow belt. That's what I'm saying. It's just boring. You know, it's incredibly boring. We need more boilers now, because we are consuming a lot of electricity. Such is the busy work of the humble cryptid known as the engineer. Perhaps the gift of free speech from Elon was a mistake. And cue all this other bullshit. Thing to sink science into. Look at all those chickens. We got grenades now. We have better belts, which need a lot of iron, but we'll take care of that eventually. Don't need to right now. Yes, we also need the boilers. Fixed. Okay, we're gonna have to start thinking about engines though, which means we need steel.
Listen, folks, we love free speech, don't we?
I restored my gun turret. Oh, that's a lot. Hey, assholes. Fuck you. Killing my gun turret? You buttholes. Okay, I need more gun, huh? I accept your terms. I don't even know where the fuck these guys are coming from. We'll take care of that eventually. With a car, we'll be able to find out where the biters are, and then we'll murder them. As we should. As one should. I think this is a decent place to stop for the time being. Nice. Well, we've accomplished everything we wanted to do. Lovely.
Very boring, folks.
Boo. It's me, your boy, Shamoy, Bafoy. Oh, that Karanjo person was a Contra fan. Interesting. This is so brainless, lol. There's nothing between your ears. No argument besides ad hominems. Very cool. That explains. That explains a lot. Well, you know, consequences of parasociality withstanding, as always, Boy Meets Mini. It is what it is. Well, I don't think, like, her fans should be sort of used as barometers for quality of content. I disagree with that. Like, that's the same shit, like, dumbass Marxist-Leninists also say. It's like, that argument is never, like, very convincing to me. I find it very stupid, to be honest. It's more a consequence of parasocial behaviors. Does parasociality stuff. That's really about it. So we're gonna have to do some further reorganization of stuff. A little bit of fixing. Is what it is. Yeah, it's you know, I've talked about it before. Like it's just parasociality. That's the issue, right? Because, like, if I were to, like, look at that video in particular, would I say, like, yeah, no, what you're saying here makes sense in terms of criticisms against Vosh here, right? Makes sense. And Vosh should probably be like, yeah, okay, you know, I understand as well. If you, you know, do a good enough job at making the argument. Keep in mind, Vosh is extremely stubborn, like, extremely stubborn to a fault. But, you know. He can be, he can certainly be moved on particular issues if sort of given the correct argument. Yeah, if Conyer, like, again, he is very, very stubborn, and if someone around him, because I think even what his former partner Vermin also said about just how, like, it's like saying that it is difficult to be friends with Vosh because he's very stubborn and very argumentative, because that's just how he is. Which is just like, yeah, that's reasonable, you know. If you give him the effective position or argument that he can just be like, oh, okay, I guess I see what you're saying, that makes sense, then he'll move on a position. The problem is that most people don't tend to do that very often. He used to be big within Destiny's community, right? Makes sense. I don't blame him. It makes sense. Ultimately, I think that's, like, a position that's agreeable, you know? You should be able, if you have, like, a certain take, you hold a certain position, I think you should be able to properly argue that position or whatever. Be able to properly make the case for that position, right? And, yeah, I'm okay with that, to be honest. The problem is that we're currently living in an environment where this it's non-existent. You know, I've talked about this before, like, through, like, death of, like, subjectivity and all this fucking shit, right? The broader sort of consequences of, like, highly commodified media and all that stuff, right? Like, that's where it comes from. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You still chirping with your stupid ad hominem attacks, Croncho? Again, like I said, if you're so attractive and you want to call me a revolting creature and like do comparisons to a rat and stuff like that, which is you know, kind of strange that you say that, but whatever. Post face. Post face. Post face. I post face. I'm not a coward like you. I'm gonna open the window. Also, rats are nice. They're lovely little creatures. They're very, very nice little guys. They're just little guys, you know? Just a bunch of little guys out there trying to do their thing. Which is, well, survive. Yeah, like I said, post face. If you're so attractive. How do I sound insecure? Dude, you're calling me fucking ugly, and yet you're the one who's not, like, saying, like, yeah, I look really good. I think I'm, like, super attractive. It's just like, well, that just tells me you're not confident in your look, and you're just saying this because you don't have any other argument or anything else to say. Like I said before, if you think you're so attractive and you're so hot, flaunt it. Be confident. Be confident about it. I don't personally care about how I look. I think I look just fine. I think I look above average. I never really give much of a shit about that. Also, I don't really understand, like, what is with this, like, rat man distinction? What's your, like, particular fixation on rats? It's a little strange. Curious. How can white say so little with so much? I don't know. Maybe you're just like your brain damage. I think that's fine. Like I said before, like I'm not like fucking. I don't pretend to be things that I'm not. Right? I think I've said this before. Like I think I look above average. If you're so confident in your fucking looks, post face, post it. If you think you look so good that you're willing to just come into a random person's fucking stream chat and just be like, haha, you're ugly, haha, you're ugly, haha, you're ugly, and it's just like, alright, post face. If you think you look so good in comparison to me, like what, why are you pussying out? Why are you bitching out? What's going on? Or are you just gonna be like dumb and annoying? Do. There's a publication out there called Wonderwall. That's funny. Alright, you have nothing to say. Again, you're the only one who's doing, like, stupid 3 IQ ad hominem attacks. Like, cope about it, loser. Keep being a fucking simpering, dumbass fucking Zionist who has, like, no thoughts in their fucking brains besides wanting to think about how to turn Palestinian children into mulch. You fucking loser. Like, we get it. You just, like, jerk off to gore porn, to seeing, like, Palestinian kids being, like, mutilated. You are okay with that. Like, okay. If you're not gonna, like, I don't know, say anything like substantive at all. I'm just going to operate off of that assumption that you're just okay with like murdering children or something. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Not my problem. Like, I don't know why you think I'm mad, to be honest. Like, that's very strange to me. Like, I don't understand. Like, you went into the ContraPoints video where I talked about her take on Israel-Palestine, talking about, like, how she just repeats a bunch of propaganda from Zionists, and then you just say, this is so brainless. You provide no counter-argument, then you come into the YouTube chat in order to just, I don't know, say a bunch of just ad hominem attacks. Like, again. You're still talking about it? Like, Israel-Palestine? Like, the issue? When something comes up in the news, I'm going to look at it. Like, I'm going to talk about it. Like, recently I talked about the ceasefire proposals. I'm going to put that up as a video. I'm just going over an article and stuff. That's how political segments work, so that's okay. I'm just so fucking confused. Like, what your exact problem is. Like, your logical like, the line of logic that you're currently going along with here is very strange. Okay, I don't understand. Like, how do I look like a rat? Is my nose big? Do I have a big snout? Like, is that what you're pointing out to? I think I have a normal-sized nose. I don't look like a rat. I like the Skaven. I think the Skaven are a pretty cool Warhammer faction. Because they're just, like, evil for the sake of being evil. I think they're very, very funny. Is that a common trope against East Europeans? Calling them rats? I'm very confused. Why are you bringing up Marvel all of a sudden? That's very strange. Like, are you just like a 3 IQ like anti-woke crusader? Like, what's wrong with Marvel? Like, what's wrong with Doctor Strange? He's got a cool cape. He's got the Time Stone. Time Stone's pretty cool. Make barriers and shit. He's a dude. He used to be a surgeon. Sure, man. Maybe you shouldn't smoke so much weed so your brain isn't so fucking cooked that you just come into a random person's goddamn fucking YouTube channel and just say like a bunch of like 3 IQ troglodyte shit. Also, I don't believe you have a girlfriend. I don't believe you for even a fucking second. So. Talk about this. It's like you said, Boy Meets Mini. Why can't the trolls just be interesting? Like, it's just boring. It's like, okay. They're just boring people. Insufferable nitwits. Trying to find the video of Trump saying he wants to do like a federal takeover of New York. Because he's been doing that for whatever reason. It's really weird. I mean, it's gonna happen eventually. Like, I think like ICE just recently had some really bad polling. Like, it's taking like a sharp downturn. Like, I mean, even you even have like dumbasses like Joe Rogan incredulously at this point saying like, oh, it's actually like what's going on with like these construction workers and stuff is actually kind of bad, despite the fact that he's like. It's like, I mean, buddy, you know, you voted for this. Like, come on, man. It's just very strange. Well, because, like... Think about it though, for honestly, Boy Meets Mini, like, because what they're doing is just so fucking egregious. Like, there's like no argument that anyone can give, and they know that they can probably get better ratings, broadly speaking, to just thrash the cops. Generally speaking. Like, it's generally speaking, like, yeah, they probably bootlick cops more because they have more power than local news and can just restrict access to them very easily. I don't know, like, if local news receive, like, say, local city funding at all, Boy Meets Mini, but you'd have to answer that question for me. Or, like, if they get, like, state funding or something in order to be able to operate. I have no idea, obviously. That's why I'm, like, throwing this out there. But, again, like, what's the easiest way for, like, local news affiliates to get ratings, for example? If they, like, follow cop stuff. Quite literally, right? Because again, broader consequence and byproduct of commodified, you know, media and shit like that. Yeah, you know, mostly private from what I know, Sinclair Broadcasting. Exactly, and Sinclair needs to, well, care more about making a profit. And if those local news affiliates are not going to be able to turn a profit, Sinclair will just, like, strip it for parts and sell off the rest. More than likely, right? I should put away this thing. You know, I still don't understand why I was being called a rat. I don't get it. Like, do I squeak like a rat when I speak? Do I look like a rat? Is it the facial hair? I don't get it. I'm gonna assume either anti-Semitic trope or some shit, or some other bullshit. I don't know. Yeah, I do believe that that Mark Carney wants to like increase funding for CBC, but given some of the bullshit he's saying now, it's just like, I don't really know if that's the fucking case, to be honest. He's just doing like dumbass, like complete capitulation to Trump. But shit, it's just very it's annoying. Whatever. Alright, well, FEMA defunding. Christy Gnome. Do do do. Man, don't you love it when people just never provide any arguments for any of their positions? It's very cool and very good. People do just be saying shit on the internet, you know? Okay, I can now finally move this shit over. Lovely. believe this is what I'm looking for.
Anywhere else? Well, number one, you have a communist running.
Alright. I believe this is from the Epstein file shit.
We love Epstein, folks. Let me tell you, folks.
I gotta say, there's like been a complete fucking civil war breaking out because of the Epstein file shit. It's really funny. Like, Dan Bongino is threatening to resign because he's just like, dude, I can't leak any Epstein shit because more than likely someone told them, don't fucking leak that shit. Don't do it. We will be completely and utterly cooked, right? And, like, Dan Bongino is, like, a conspiracy theory podcaster. That's, like, his main shtick that he likes to talk about, is that he's just, like, I don't know, basically a schizo. Basically. And so he's just, like, big mad, like, real big mad about the fact that, he can't leak the Epstein file stuff, or he can't do anything with it. So he's just like, fuck! Can't leak it! And so they're like all blaming each other instead of like blaming Trump, who's more than likely the dude who's going to be affected the most because his ass is definitely in the Epstein files. It's very, very funny, dude. You know, there was like someone who seemingly seemed really mad about me not doing editing at all on the P. Diddy video. And said like, man, if you shaved off like 14 minutes of this video, it'd be a solid video. I'm just like, okay. Yeah. And the dude ended up fucking subscribing. I think it's very funny. The dude yelled, do some editing! I'm like, are you okay, man? Like, what's going on? And dude just apologizes and said, sorry, a couple beers, didn't mean to be rude. It's pretty funny, I'll be honest. I don't think it was a troll. I think that person was actually sincere. I'll be honest. It's like, alright, man. Sure. I got you, bro. Oh, man, oh man, oh man. Hakeem Jeffries. There's like a bunch of dumbass people being very dumb and annoying. Zohran Mamdani. From the Democrats. Man, I just want the fucking interview itself. Please! I don't want all this, like, editorializing, like, dipshits. Here we go. Finally. Found the actual interview. Oh, it's on MSNBC itself. Thank you. Ugh. Jeffries is not yet ready to endorse Zohran Mamdani. So much for vote blue no matter who, am I right, guys? Didn't Richie Torres also say some dumb shit about fucking Zohran Mamdani? That's Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, we already found the interview for that. The Globalize the Antifada movement has ignited a powder keg of terror and violence against Jews in America. He's such a clown, dude. Oh, man, bro. What? We want to talk about people who are fucking clowns. Richie fucking Torres.
Tonight, the midterms may have just gotten a little bit harder for some Democratic incumbents in next year's election. CNN asked Mamdani if he'd stop those potential challenges, and his press secretary said that he was declining to comment. So, who ended up who is with us?
Democratic Socialist of America, we're focused on defeating congressional Republicans in the midterms and making Hakeem Jeffries the Speaker of the House. And
dude, you're not gonna have to put in much effort in order to be able to do that, given how unpopular the fucking goddamn Republicans are, but okay, bro. Keep getting that fucking APAC bag, bro. You got that, fam. Well, if it's an opportunity to make fun of Richie Torres, I'll take the opportunity. Really? Yeah, leftist audio, I guess. That's strange. I can't believe that chainsaw missed the Factorio gameplay. Shaking my fucking head. No Factorio for chainsaw. I have to do another reorganization of my factory to integrate stone into the bus. I'll think of how to do that eventually, at some point. I'll have to move my labs and stuff, but that's okay. Moving labs ain't that big of a deal. Do I want to make fun of Ethan Klein getting triggered over fucking Hassan Minaj appearing on Hassan's stream? It's funny. It's a little bit of pageantry. You were doing your fair share of infighting? That's cool. You have fun with that. Ugh. We've been doing our own fair share of fighting of annoying people on in YouTube chat. So that's been fun. See, I'm not very sure who Ofi Doki is, but all I know is that I don't like the Cavernacle because he's just a loser. Dude just adopts the aesthetic of like fucking Keemstar for some fucking reason. That is also another reason I don't like him. He is British. Anglophobia is always correct. I've said this before, and I remain consistent in this. To be Anglophobic is correct. Yeah, that was a little weird that he called you the leading leftist American YouTuber. Like, it's like, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Again, I've had this position before, but honestly, that dude complains about American fucking leftists constantly. Bro, like, you wouldn't have these same problems with fucking Hassan. You're only punching down on people who are smaller than you because of the fact that they're smaller than you. Otherwise, you're like a sniveling coward or loser. If you had problems with so many like beliefs of like different leftist fucking YouTubers, like, like all the Cavernacle does is just like post these like really stupid, lazy, fucking like drama infighty type videos. Like the dude's one of the more recent videos where he talks about like fucking BreadTube is just like, I'm gonna make a bet that you have like no fucking idea about what BreadTube is, because he put H Bomber Guy in the thumbnail, and it's just like, H Bomber Guy has never really cared about the distinction of BreadTube. He's said about this before. he's claiming that he was like, oh, it's totally right about like BreadTube. Also, like, he put in fucking Abigail Thorne in there as well, put in PhilosophyTube. And I'm going to assume the dude's just going to do some like vague gesturing about how they've never talked about Palestine. And it's just pure death of subjectivity stuff. Like, more than likely, they haven't talked about it because that's just not their wheelhouse, and they are just electing to not want to talk about that issue, which is fine, right? I don't think H. Bomber Guy is, like, pro-Zionist at all. I have no reason to believe that he's not, even despite the fact that he's never talked about Israel-Palestine, as far as I can tell, on his channel whatsoever. Like, it's very weird and confusing, but we have to do, like, again, it's all, like, lunch table death of subjectivity stuff, because the dude only cares about audience capture of first order principle. The dude has to constantly signal that, guys, I'm one of the good ones, I'm one of the good Anglos, I'm a good Anglo, don't, like, kill me or something when the guillotines come out or some shit. It's just like, okay, man. Sure, dude. Like, it's just strange. It's just strange. I'll be honest. Also, I'm debating on if I should set like basically a hard limit. Like a hard limit for like videos, like no longer than 1 hour type deal, especially because I'm gonna post the like Ezra Klein talking with Chris Hayes about Zohran Mamdani video, and it's 2 hours long, and I'm just like, I don't want to post the full 2 hour thing. I'm just gonna split it in two. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Trying to think about like where exactly should I even like shorten videos per se, you know? Perhaps I just need to like read through the articles faster or something. I'm not exactly certain, to be honest, like what's the best way of like approaching that particular subject. I don't know. I don't even know if, like, are my videos, like, too long or something? I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't think so. Like, it just depends on the topic that's being talked about. With who? You've talked with the Cavernacle before? I can only imagine that was a very enlightening conversation. Because I know the archetype of individual the Cavernacle kind of is. Like, it's just... yeah, moral purity, annoyance, shit. And it's just like... okay, bro. Like, you just want to be, like, stupid, annoying, and mad. Like, not engaged with, like... because that's like the type of dude who never fucking engages in like critical thinking, I'll be quite honest. Like ever. Never engages in any like head empty, no talk, no think, just say random stupid shit. And like that's really about it. I really do not like people like the fucking Cavernacle. I think people like the Cavernacle are very, like, annoying and lazy. I'll be honest. No, I can't believe that you're not meeting my morally pure standard. He's just like, alright, man. Sure, bro. It's like you have fun with that, man. You're cool, bro. It's just kind of it's one of those things where you just sit there and you think to yourself like, this is really just kind of silly and ridiculous, and you just like ponder to yourself like, why the fuck did I decide to even get into this to begin with, if these are like the types of people that currently surround this sort of, I don't know, space, and just, I don't know, conduct themselves in the way that they do, and like just really idiotic ways. And it's just like, okay, man, like, sure, man, totally. It's just strange. Anywho. What do we got here? This is the dude who does the Subway Takes thing. I've seen a couple of the Subway Takes videos like pop up in my feed. I think they're really good, you know. Dude interviews with like the little mic attached to, I don't know what like kind of card it is or something. Got like a little mic attached to a car, and he's like, "Hey yo, what's your take?" Person gives the take. They either like agree or disagree. Oh, it's a Metro card. Ah, gotcha. I'm not from New York. I don't know this shit. I don't leave my house. So dude interviews, either agrees with the take or disagrees with the take, and then they like hash out the take in like, well, it's put in like 1 minute sort of proportions or something. We saw Zohran Mamdani also do that. It was pretty cool. Very, very epic. And you know, they had their little back and forth. They did the little pageantry and stuff like that. It was cool. But he also had one with Kamala Harris. So I'm very interested in seeing what we got here.
He emailed me.
They emailed, like, an email from the
DNC.
Okay.
And they said, hey, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are really interested in being on your show. I said, that sounds cool.
Makes sense, because like Donald Trump was also doing like the podcast circuit with all the podcast bros, and then I think Kamala Harris also did what it's the Call Her Maybe? No, not Call Her Maybe. Some like woman podcast or something that mostly talks about like women stuff, I think. Like normie women stuff, I think. I don't remember the name of the fucking podcast. It's some Call Me Daddy. That's what it is. That's the name of the podcast, right? And she like went on there, I think, and did the whole rigmarole fuckamagee and shit like that. You know, whatever. But like, the thing is with Kamala Harris is that she doesn't really believe in anything, because consultants made it such that she doesn't really have to, she can't really believe in anything. We all remember like the weeks before the DNC, how full of energy that Kamala Harris campaign was, where she was actually talking about beliefs and policies that she had.
The American people are tired of women.
That's true. And basically what she was talking about, like policies that she believed in, and then the DNC seems to just completely suck the soul out of that campaign because of all the Biden people that went in to just basically take over the campaign because she didn't have the campaign infrastructure, kind of a deal. That's probably like the general broader reason for like why I think she lost. There's other stuff as well, but you know, we're just talking about this.
Okay. I'll at least get to tell my daughter that I met the potential president of the United States.
Yeah.
And so I said yes, based on the fact that it would be a good story, and
True.
Also they both had good takes.
What happened with Kamala?
Her take was really confusing and weird and not good, and so mutually agreed that
I have crippling depression.
and I got lucky because I didn't want to be blamed for her losing.
Yeah, so I can only assume just what the take was, because again, Kamala Harris, I would broadly speaking just say like she had the complete energy of her campaign just sucked away from her because of all the Biden consultants that joined it. And that's like what happens when they join a campaign. They just completely suck the energy out of it, and it's just like, oh wow, this is some dog shit.
I say motherfucker America, motherfucker America,
Okay.
motherfucker America.
Can we please stop playing the sounds for now? Thank you. I'm gonna redo this. All the damn sounds. I'm gonna redo this. It's making me lose my train of thoughts. Damn sounds. Alright, we're just gonna do this again. Fuck it. Damn you, Epti. You and your mischievous Romanian ways. I should know. I'm Romanian myself. Haha. Alright. Alright, what we got here? This is the dude who does the subway take stuff, right? With the little card, with the microphone attached, and the dude just, you know, says, "Hey, what's your take?" You give the take, and then they talk about it. He agrees or like disagrees with it, and then people talk about it, about like, I don't know, the agreement or disagreement, yada yada yada, kind of a thing. Very cool, very good. We love a little bit of fun, playful discourse, and the dude just like edits it into like a short form video. I've seen a bunch of them on my timeline, and they're pretty fascinating. I know that like Zohran Mamdani did one, right? I don't remember what the take was. I saw it a while ago. I don't remember any of this shit. But now, apparently Kamala Harris also went on. Now, see, the problem with like Kamala Harris is that she was like completely consultant driven, and the soul of a campaign that she used to have before the DNC, which is completely sucked out. Now, I've talked about before why that's the case. She had no campaign infrastructure herself. Biden basically foisted her upon the like DNC sort of like, not recommendation, but like DNC's plate, due to the fact that, well, he was just salty about the fact that no one wanted him to run anymore. So, you know, a lot of factors led to why Kamala Harris ended up losing. But yeah, what do we got here?
He emailed me.
They emailed, like, an email from the
DNC.
Okay.
And they said, "Hey, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are really interested in being on your show." I said, "That sounds cool.
Okay.
I'll at least get to tell my daughter that I met the potential president of the United States."
Yeah.
And
Epic.
so I said yes, based on the fact that it would be a good story, and also they both had good takes.
What happened with Kamala?
Her take was really confusing and weird and not good.
Yeah, like I said, consequences of just complete consultant brain nonsense. Like, cause it's not difficult, right? If you like believe in things, but Kamala Harris is such like a trained politician and just such a consultancy driven like individual. I'm gonna say individual. That makes it such that it's really difficult to have like genuine beliefs and stuff if basically you can't like adopt anything besides like what the consultants say, because let's be honest here, the consultants are a bunch of like money laundering like losers and freaks who, broadly speaking, could care less if the Democrats or the Republicans get into power. Hey, they're getting their bag because the Democrats keep paying these complete charlatans and freaks.
And so mutually agreed that we shouldn't publish it.
I see.
And I got lucky because I didn't want to be blamed for her losing.
Damn, that's
The
crazy.
take was that bad?
It was really, really bad, and it was like didn't make any sense. I can tell you, it was,
Yeah,
it was,
tell me-
it was
tell me-
bacon,
tell me-
bacon as a spice. Bacon as a spice.
Bacon is a spice.
Wait, that's the take? Bacon as a spice? I don't get it. Like, as like garnish? The fuck does that even mean? Bacon as a spice? Oh, this is like what I mean. Like, I don't know. Like, why the fuck would she say that? Was she like trained to have like a take like that to try to like sound like more personable to people? Like, I don't know, to like all the Redditors out there saying like, look, hey, I'm heckin' wholesome, epic, big chungus Reddit 100. Bacon's a great spice that you could put on top of, I don't know, like baked potatoes or something. Salads. Bacon crumbles like pretty good. Like this is like the broader sort of consequences of like the DNC sort of like consultant brain rot that, I don't know, affects the Democratic Party as much as it does. Like, I don't know. Like, is it a bad take? Weird and confusing, yeah. I think it's just like nonsensical. So I think it's understandable that the Subway Takes guy, I don't know what their name is, just decides not to put it out because it's just like, okay, like, what does that even mean? Because, again, like I've said before, Kamala Harris suffered from the fact that the Biden consultancy team completely took over the campaign, sapped all of the potential energy that it had going into the DNC away and just made it like a shriveled fucking husk, like, I don't know, like Joe Biden, basically. So, yeah, I don't know. Thank you, DNC consultancy class and Joe Biden, for basically handing over the United States of America to a fascist because of your own fucking egos. Like, thank you, Democratic National Committee. Cool. We did it, Joe. We love making short segments to just like throw up onto the YouTubers and the TikTok and shit. Huh. Eckhart's Ladder. For those who don't know, Eckhart's Ladder is basically like he's like a liberal, sort of like generally sort of progressive dude who likes Star Wars and hockey. Like he's like pretty big in Star Wars. He's a big content creator in Star Wars. And I've just been seeing him like progressively more and more and more just becoming like radicalized because of all the bullshit that, like, my man's PFP is Jordan Peterson crying from the Piers Morgan interview. He's also Canadian, fun fact. It's really, really, really funny seeing Eckhart's Ladder just pop up in here, just like trashing on Ethan. And the dude's like become like, and you know, I think the main radicalizing factor has been Israel-Palestine. It's really, really funny because, again, in Canada, the Israelis are not doing great here, right? Canadian approval rating of Israel. It's not great. People do not really like Israel here. So 23% disagreed that Israel is committing a genocide, down from 31% in the earlier poll. Down 8 points. Woof. The number of those who responded don't know increased by 6% to 32%, which means what? 45% think it's a genocide? That's a large amount. Like, yeah, 45% of Canadians agree. Go away. When did this come out from the Maple? Pretty recently, June 28th. So like about a week or two ago. Yeah, we do not like Israel here. We are not fans. That's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. This is last year. Woof. Yeah, that's June last year. And it was 45% of Canadians. Woof. Let's see. CTV. Looks like CTV. Polls suggest half of Canadians believe Israel is committing a genocide. Well, this is June 11th, 2025. So this is last month. Ledger surveyed 1511 Canadians and 1011 Americans. 49%. So it went up a little bit after about a year. 23% said they strongly agree. 26% who said they somewhat agree. So they still overall agree. Another 21%. Damn, and this is you in the disagree category still went down. 10% said they somewhat disagree, and 11% said they strongly disagree. And the remaining 30% don't know or refuse to answer, which is fine. Conservative supporters are the least likely to say they believe Israel is committing genocide, with even among conservatives, it's at 37% saying they agree. Conservatives. And they're basically like a MAGA light for, well, a bunch of them are. It's crazy. And of course, among like, liberal, Greens, and Bloc, like, yeah, it's at 60%. It's probably higher within the NDP and the Green Party more than likely, because that's where a lot more left-leaning people are going to be, for sure. And the Bloc, well, the Bloc is the Bloc. So, I don't know, like, well, I mean, it's among the liberals, the NDP, the Green Party, and the Bloc. I mean, like, the Bloc is just like, I don't know. I don't know if our boy has ever really talked about Israel-Palestine. Because it's just like, again, the Bloc Québécois is just a Québécois nationalist party. But they're like very, like I've said before, they're also like kind of progressive. Yeah, but it has to be about Quebec. That's it. So we believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. But it is more important to talk about the genocide that is going on to Quebecois culture or some shit. Like, whatever. Flip a fucking coin, to be honest, with, I always forget his name. I'm really bad at it. But yeah, like, 60% amongst, like, the more left-leaning people. In terms of the, what Canadians believe. So that's cool. Which is why you now have Canada sort of, like, flirting with cutting ties to Israel. Wait, and this is in 2023. Only 8% of Canadians said they view Israel as a vibrant democracy. Ooh. Yikes. 8% only. It's not a good look. But yeah, it's mostly just like... It's probably just like mostly older people who probably still favor Israel because, I don't know, they're old. And probably only listen to media through the news, who are going to be more than likely pro-Israeli. So yeah, that's cool. Fascinating little tangent. But yeah, you know, that's Canada's thoughts and opinions on Israel-Palestine. Yeah, we don't like Israel here very much. We don't like them. Well, it's either like people don't like them or people don't really like know all that much. It would be very difficult to find someone who is like a rabid fucking Zionist, but you could probably find them in like Toronto or some shit, population centers. I live in a student area. I would be very surprised if there was like a lot of like pro-Zionist people where I live. Like, I basically live right by like two of our biggest universities. So like, not as many, we don't really have as big of an evangelical movement in comparison to the US here, to be honest, Boy Meets Mini. It's not as prominent. Like, it's not as big here, to be honest. Steven who? Well, like Stephen Harper? Well, what do you mean, Chainsaw? Or Stefan? Whatever. Stefan Bonilla? What? Fucking, what? Esteban Bonoblo? He's not Canadian. Like, he's a Zionist, but he's not Canadian? He's what? I'm very confused right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm lost. Clueless. Canadian Destiny? We don't really have like a Canadian Destiny type figure. Unless you're talking about, like, what, J.J. McCullough, but he's not, like, J.J. McCullough is, well, a gay conservative who's, like, a moderate conservative. Like, actually moderate. Like, centristy moderate, sort of. He's not really a debate bro, J.J. McCullough. I'm trying to... There's not a lot, like... In terms of, like, Canadian politics creators, I can mostly just think of, like, the more left-leaning ones. There's, like, Stephen Boots. I think that's his name. Stephen Boots. There's Rachel Gilmore, who's a journalist. I think she was a former journalist. She makes lefty content. Or at least, at the very least, she's, like, I think liberal... I'm not sure, though. There's Lance, obviously, of the Surfs. Me, Soy Point! And we don't really have, like, a Destiny figure. I mean, maybe Rem the Bath Boy? I guess? Because Rem the Bath Boy is Canadian. I don't even know what the fuck Rem the Bath Boy is even doing. Like, That's like the only person I can think of, right? Otherwise, what? Most of our other, like, exports in terms of, like, political content creation are, like, dumb fucking conservatives. What? Lawrence Southern, Jordan Peterson, Steven Crowder, shit like that. Even, like, fucking Ted Cruz. Otherwise, like, nothing really much else, to be honest. I'm curious. I wonder if there's, like, a list. Left-leaning Canadian... Yeah, I'll be the Destiny of Canada. Sure, fuck it. I'm gonna be, let's say, like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to start to try to build a harem of women, film them while fucking them, and make sure that they stay in line while, I don't know, fucking them. Make sure they stay in line within my orbit or some shit, and then, I don't know, get, like, a lawsuit about it for being a sex pest. Oh, I have to also be, like, incredibly obsessed with Hassan. I have to call conservatives, like, retard constantly, right? That's also true. Like, that's a Destiny thing. I'm not sure if I'm really, like, missing anything else, right? Canadian politics YouTubers. That's true. You know, there's J.J. McCullough. Oh, Christo Avalis. I forgot about Christo Avalis. He's Canadian. He's a historian, I believe. Yeah, historian and political commentator. But yeah, there's not a lot. Those are, like, the only, like, main, like, ones I can think of. Again, if you, like, think of, like, Canadian, like, YouTubers, the biggest one is, like, it's Lance. Then there's Steve Boots. There's also, what? Fucking, Rachel Gilmore. There's Christo Avalis. David Dole! How the fuck could I forget about David Dole? Holy shit, no, he's our biggest one. Yeah, David Dole. Holy fuck, how did I forget about David Dole? How could I forget about that? Not Just Bikes is also, what? Is also a Canadian. Although, like, his thing is more, what? Talk about cars, but he's definitely on the left. Oh, there's also fucking Thought Slime. Fucking Thought Slime. That's true. Wait, there's a bunch. Wait, Northern Lion is Canadian? Well, you don't go for, like, to Northern Lion, mostly just for, like, entertainment, but, what? Northern Lion doesn't have the worst politics, I'll be honest. He's, like, a liberal progressive, I'd say. Do I have he's bald that enabled as an emote? Does it even work? Am I stupid? He's bald. It's true, he is bald. Well, now we have it enabled. Except the he's is not caps. But Northern Lion, he's a funny dude. Funny guy. I've seen a bunch of his clips on Twitter. I probably follow his account because he's funny. He's a funny dude. Funny guy. He's a funny guy. Well, anyhow. I've been, like, faffing about just thinking about Canadians. Makes sense. I am Canadian myself. You know, maybe I could be the next upcoming Canadian sensation. You know, you never know. Random shit could just happen.
What can I say? I do a mean Trump impression, folks. I'm really good at talking like this.
I've, like, basically figured out how to make it such that my voice doesn't constantly hurt when I do the voice now.
I've improved a lot. I've gotten way better at doing Donald Trump impressions. Let me tell you, folks.
Ugh. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. I think I am. Okay, I'm not about to sneeze. He's bald. Okay, let's just fucking do this shit. He's bald. That dumbass emote fucking work. I don't even know. I added it. Ethan Klein talking about Sam Cedar because, I don't know, Ethan Klein is like a loser who basically has to like A-log everything Hassan does for whatever reason. So Hassan, went on the Majority Report because he's like, I don't know, like, he's got a trip in New York. Very cool, very epic. So he did an interview with the Majority Report. And it makes sense. They're there. Going to the production, YOLO swag 420, stuff like that. And they did like some like goofy ass photos where, I don't know, I think they put Hassan on like a stool or some shit to make him like way taller than everybody else as like a haha kind of funny bit, because haha it's kind of funny. Sure, fuck it, why not? Sam Cedar has lost the last shred of dignity he had. It's not that he had Hassan on. It's this pathetic photo of him fawning over him. Bro is just looking up at him because they probably put him on a stool. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, grow the fuck up. Like, bro, you're constantly A-logging everything that this man does behind your fucking Instagram account because, I don't know, you're too afraid to have your fifis fucking be hurt on Twitter anymore or some shit. Like, get the fuck out of here with this, like, stupid, pathetic-ass bullshit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, bro, you're 58 years old. You look pathetic. And you're like a dumbass 39-year-old who wants to just, like, throw around frivolous fucking lawsuits like they're fucking hot potatoes on people for, like, no fucking reason. Like, didn't you just, like, recently have to admit on air that you just, defamed Ryan Kavanaugh and you had to read an embarrassing statement on your podcast? Like, get fucking owned, you fucking loser. Like, cool. Still don't know what happened with that Noah Sampson / First Denims lawsuits. Bet those didn't go anywhere either. Bet those were just, like, immediately just, like, dismissed because they were probably really dumb and stupid. Like, come on, Ethan. Like, you have no place to talk about dignity when you basically just constantly have like a schizophrenic conniption every other day about any actions that a left-leaning person has done. And also, like, you did shit like this, brother. Okay, don't talk about fucking dignity. You don't have any fucking dignity. You're just a fucking sore fucking loser who wants to defend the genocide of Palestinians because you're just okay with kids being turned into mulch, okay? Like, get the hell out of here with this, like, dumbass bullshit, bro. Like, it's fucking pathetic, bro. Very cool, very good. Do I want to... I don't think I need to talk about this, I'll be honest. We're definitely going to talk about this video. Because, man, this video... this video is dog shit. Yeah, this video was something, dude. No, it was not a great video. I'll be honest.
It was not good, folks. Let me tell you, I was not a fan of what FD Signifier was saying.
All right, let's just get started. All right, what do we got here? Big man FD, big man himself, the infamous, I guess, famous. I don't know where I'm going with this, I'll be honest. Video essayist who I think is like, he really likes talking very often about leftist politics and with like a focus on a lot of black issues. Well, I mean, you know, I guess it makes sense. Sure. He's got something to say about Zohran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. And something we should know about FD, he has a big problem with white leftists. I wonder why he has a big problem with white leftists. Let's begin.
Mania is sweeping New York and the nation, but I'm worried that progressives aren't ready for what might come next.
Sure.
So if you're in any way politically engaged and you've seen New York mayoral candidate and winner of the Democratic primary for that position, Zohran Mamdani, on your screen or feeds a lot in the past few months. Mamdani came out of nowhere to somehow beat Democratic establishment choice and adjudicated sex pest Andrew Cuomo, a man that was for a moment being eyed as a presidential campaign hopeful way back in 2020 as he governed the state of New York.
We love that for Zohran.
Some Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, and Jim Clyburn, along with the funding and support of the Democratic establishment. And while his sordid past did him no favors, the real reason he lost isn't just that, it's because the magic behind Zohran Mamdani.
Did the DNC, I'm like, okay, I have like no, I'm not, this isn't like a knock yet against like FD, okay. Did the DNC fund, he got like a bunch of endorsements from Democratic national establishment candidates, right? Because he was the establishment candidate, obviously. But did he get like funding from the DNC? He probably did. I have no reason to assume he didn't, right? Through like the super PAC or something. Because what? It's mostly like DoorDash, Bill Ackman, and a couple of other like billionaires who funneled money through Cuomo's super PAC. It's just a little nitpick. Yeah, it's just mostly like a little nitpick. Curiosity that's just like entered my brain.
He has a unique and dynamic background. He's incredibly charismatic, and he ran on a platform of basic and feasible policies. Some might call them kitchen table policies that support the working class of New York with sensible changes to the way things work up there to make it easier for people who actually have normal jobs to make a living and live in the city that they love. Because I am not in New York, I only paid passing attention through my New York peers. Another pundits paying attention to the situation. But when I did watch a little bit of Mamdani over the past couple of weeks, I feel like, yeah, he might have something special, which is why a lot of progressives are excited. Mamdani's success could signal to other progressive figures as well as the Democratic establishment as a whole that it's time to abandon the neoliberal oligarchical framework of the party, which is how it's been ran since Clinton won the presidency in 1996. And this has degraded the Democratic Party from the lesser of two evils to just the other evil over the last 30 years. There's a lot more broader implications to the success of Mamdani that I'll let others cover. There's a whole conversation about putting faith in the electoral system to begin with as well, which I'm not going to get into right now. There's also the fact that highly progressive candidates and outright socialists have been elected to offices before without great results because they haven't had the backing that they needed from people after their election.
Mostly from the independent PAC, not the DNC. That's what I also thought as well, right? I don't like, as far as I could tell, because it would have been reported if he got support from the DNC. He didn't get it was all just his super PAC. Now, could they have funneled money through the super PAC and it's like a dark money thing? Maybe, but isn't that like a legally dubious thing to begin with? I'm just like rambling. It doesn't really matter at that point.
Elected, something I talked about in my stream clips video the other week. But what I want to talk about today is one specific thing that can make this a non-starter to begin with, considering that his opponent in the final election is current mayor Eric Adams, and that in the primary, Zohran won every major group of voters except one, black people. And I don't think y'all understand.
Besides black people. Well, we've talked about this before, right? Like, conservative, like, older black people, because those are more than likely the people who vote for the sort of, like, establishment candidate, right? Because, constantly when you would see, like, Eric Adams or, say, Andrew Cuomo, they were at, like, black churches and shit like that, doing, like, events. And that was, like, the only instances where you really see any of them. And, of course, again, older black people are more than likely, even despite the fact that they're conservative, are probably not really going to vote for the Republican Party, considering the fact that, well, you know, they're kind of racist. You know, I don't think that's, like, ridiculous to say. Even though, like, there was, like, the shuck and jive comments that was there primarily speaking for Andrew Cuomo when he was talking about Barack Obama. But again, like, what about, like, younger black people, right? My assumption is that they broke mostly for Zohran. Let me see. Voter demographic breakdown. Zohran Mamdani. Do we have any, like, research into this? Did Democrat Zohran Mamdani struggle with black and working class voters? Question mark. As far as I can tell, this is, like, kind of bullshit or something. Well, let me see. I'm curious. Mamdani scored an upset, right? Beat Cuomo by 12 points. Sure. Let's see. Preliminary results suggest that Mamdani struggled in lower-income neighborhoods in Brownsville and East Flatbush, where Cuomo took a marked lead. In both of those areas, more than 60% of residents are black. The neighborhoods also share high poverty rates, with Brownsville at 32.4% and East Flatbush at 18.9%, compared with the citywide rate of 18.2%. One of the widely cited analyses from the New York Times found that 49% of precincts with a low-income majority tilted towards Cuomo, compared to with 38% for Mamdani. I'm very curious. What's the age breakdown of this? That's, like, the question that I immediately have here, right? Like, how many older people live within East Flatbush and Brownsville, right? Because those are more than likely going to be the people who break for Andrew Cuomo, just to vote for the establishment candidate. Because, again, for the sort of, like, main concern for older black voters, generally speaking, is quote-unquote electability. Whatever that exactly means. In a precinct with a majority of black residents, the pro-Cuomo number rose to 51%. Statistics raise questions about whether Mamdani's promise to restore affordability in New York failed to resonate, or whether numbers conceal a more complicated story. Big name opponent. Mamdani was a distant second amongst 9 possible candidates with 11% support. Experts say Cuomo had several factors weighing in his factor. Jerry Skurnick, a political consultant, pointed out that Cuomo was a well-known figure before June's primary. Not only was Cuomo a 2-time governor, but he's also the son of a former governor. That's it. Also, like, yep, big point, right? A lot of people are just going to sort of, like, vote for the guy they've probably heard about. So, like, oh, Cuomo? Yeah, we'll just go with that guy. Whatever, Sure. Stints for President Clinton. Most people expected Cuomo to do well in minority areas. Yeah, because, like, again, didn't, like, Zohran Mamdani do really well with, like, Asian minorities and a bunch of other, minorities as well? Latinos as well? He did very well. Skurnick said, points out Mamdani defied the odds of New York Times analysis. suggested that voters in their 20s and 30s turned out in significantly higher numbers than in the 2021 mayoral primary. Yeah, didn't he also score the most votes, basically, ever recorded in a New York City mayoral Democratic primary? He had the highest amount of voter percentage, right? Not voter percentage, but number of voters. Yeah, okay. According to risk adverse. For low-income families in the black community, I think very much the calculus is not so much who's the best candidate, but which candidate am I risking the least, or am I least likely to lose? Right. That's the whole electability argument, which is like an incredulous, idiotic argument that is like trotted out by the establishment to try to discredit left-leaning candidates. He pointed out that low-income voters leaned rightwards towards Republican Donald Trump in 2024 presidential election, despite Democrats having a stronger anti-poverty element in their agenda. Didn't like a majority of like workers and also like more upper middle class like managerial types end up coming out to vote for Mamdani, because those are all demographics, broadly speaking, that skew younger, if I recall correctly. Because again, like quite literally, like Mamdani did very, very well with a lot of like younger voters specifically. Some conservative commentators seized upon New York Times analysis to arrive at a different interpretation about why certain voters might perceive risk in Mamdani's campaign. Speaking of Fox News, strategist Karl Rove from the Republican Party cited statistics to argue that low-income voters may fear the tax burden that might accompany greater anti-poverty spending. Sure, man. I don't think that's the main reason for as to why low-income voters ended up breaking for Andrew Cuomo. I think it's more so a lot of these people are, I would broadly speaking say that it's probably a lot of like older, poor, like black, more conservative voters that ended up probably voting more significantly for Andrew Cuomo, if I had to take a guess, right? Because they're just going to go ahead with the dude that's like the most selectable. They're always going to vote for a Democrat. They're never voting for the Republican. So, yeah, I mean, Adams has also, raised taxes and fees a lot as well. Like, that's not the thing, right? Even in even in some black and low-income neighborhoods, Dondia pointed out that Mamdani came out on top. Again, I would really like to know what the age demographics are. Because, again, more than likely, I think it's younger black voters who probably voted significantly for Zohran Mamdani. Because, again, same thing happened with Bernie Sanders. A lot of younger black voters voted for Bernie Sanders. Same dynamic, but older black voters voted for the more electable candidate in Joe Biden, right? Like I think that's the dynamic that we are seeing here specifically at play. Despite the fact that, the Democratic Party doesn't really give a shit about them whatsoever. Communities are constantly evolving as their politics. One battle. Professor emphasized that re-election styles, different voters' priorities can shift. Pointing out that during the last mayoral election, crime was the dominant theme, even though it's stupid, but whatever. Helped buoy the current mayor firm per police officer Gabs to power. Sure. If it were happening 4 years ago, where crime was a big issue, I don't think Zohran would have won. Maybe, right? Because, Zohran Mamdani would have just had to probably, more effectively argue about how, it's a red herring. It's complete nonsense to be complaining constantly about crime. It's strange. No monoliths in election season. Except to face Eric Adams. Blah, 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 blah. That includes black voters, but in order to succeed, Portia Allen Kyle, the executive director of the racial justice group Color of Change, believes Mamdani needs to understand the spectrum of viewpoints in the black community. Black voters are not a monolith, as we saw that on election day. I don't think Zohran Mamdani ever claimed that he thinks the black community is a fucking monolith. Should Zohran have visited more black churches to try to court black voters? Sure, but Zohran Mamdani decided to go ahead with a different strategy, and that is to bring out more lower propensity fucking voters. So again, I'm a little confused for as to why like FD Signifier is seemingly having a problem with the fact that Zohran Mamdani is not going ahead and talking about like issues with like about the black community or something. Because again, if my assumption is correct, and if we're doing the same analysis as with like previous Bernie Sanders campaigns, more than likely younger black people who probably don't come out to vote as often probably voted for Zohran, to be honest. And also older black people who are a very consistent sort of, well, not monolith, but very consistent voting bloc for the Democratic Party will always vote for the candidate they see as the most electable, the least risk adverse. And yeah, that's a great point, Boy Meets Minnie. Like, we're ignoring the fact that Zohran spent his childhood in Africa. Yeah, he was born in Uganda, in Kampala, right? Like, he's talked about sort of what? The fact that he doesn't, like, I don't know, identify as much with, like, his sort of, like, black roots or some shit. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what the quote he said was. That he finds it like a little difficult to more identify with the black community. That's the actual quote, I would say, I think, right? Not black roots. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's my inherent, I guess, subconscious racism coming out. The critical racist theorist at it again, shaking my fucking head. But yeah, he was born in like Uganda. I don't see why he would be anti-black in the slightest. It's merely a matter about the fact that he appeals to different like age demographics in comparison, right? That's really about it. And again, like generally speaking, a lot of like older black people are like typically vote blue no matter who people, or maybe they'll like vote for Eric Adams or something. I don't know. It's really difficult to say, right? It can like anything can fucking happen.
The fact that Andrew Cuomo won black people was something that was immediately brought to my attention as, of course, the king of the blacks. As everyone knows, I need to answer for all things black people are doing, even in states and cities that I have no connection to. And because I take that role very seriously, I realized I would have to respond because as far as I could tell, the people bringing this to my attention were doing it as some sort of gotcha, bitch, requiring me to answer for black people that didn't vote for the obvious progressive choice for mayor when I and others say all the time that black people are more progressive than the general population. If that's the case, FD, why didn't they vote for Mamdani, who clearly had the more progressive platform? Why did they vote for Andrew Cuomo? And in response, I have this to say. It's clear some of y'all white progressives did not learn shit from what happened to Bernie Sanders. It hit me while I was streaming.
Huh? Again, like age demographics. Who voted more? Again, this is why I want to see polling on like age demographics amongst the black community for as to who voted for who. Because I guarantee you, it's more than likely younger black people definitely voted for Zohran Mamdani. So, why are we sort of saying that black people are inherently sort of like more progressive? We've talked about like how a lot of older black people I think skew more conservatively because of their sort of idea that they want to be very risk adverse and prefer electability over anything else, which is a conservative attack broadly speaking on like progressive politics and policies. But aren't there like stories constantly about how like younger, more progressive black voters, generally speaking, have a lot of problems arguing with like older black people about their votes for like more establishment Democratic candidates, right? Like why are we just like trying to pin this all on like white progressives not learning anything? This is very strange, right? Like I think it's an age thing, I'll be honest. Like, older black people just break more for the Democratic establishment candidate because, well, they're more risk adverse.
A couple of weeks ago that white progressives as a whole still are not ready for the moment because when I talked about the issue of race regarding Mamdani and I was talking about the historical truth that progressive policies have always been popular in America until you acknowledge or mention that those policies might benefit black people, and someone responded in my chat saying, well, that sounds defeatist. FACTORIO says, no disrespect, that's a bit defeatist, but I get what you mean. It's not defeatist, it's just facts. I'm 5'11". If somebody tells me I'm too short to play in the NBA, that's not defeatist, that's just facts. And I was thrown at this being the response, but
aren't there plenty of short people that do play in the NBA, right? Like, guards tend to be shorter than normal. I don't know. This NBA analogy is just a little strange to me, but I don't know. Maybe that is being defeatist. I'm not sure. Let me listen to that again.
Regarding Mamdani, and I was talking about the historical truth that progressive policies have always been popular in America until you acknowledge or mention that those policies might benefit black people. And someone responded in my chat saying,
he's not wrong.
Well, that sounds defeatist. Fox Riemann says, no disrespect, that's a bit defeatist, but I get what you mean. It's not defeatist, it's just facts. I'm 5'11". If somebody tells me I'm too short to play in the NBA, that's not defeatist. That's just facts. And I was thrown at this bingo.
Okay, yeah, he's just talking. Like, yeah, I don't disagree with, like, FD signifiers saying, like, yeah, white people will not want to vote for fucking progressive policy if it's said it. Because there's, like, historical precedent, but I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore, I'll be honest. Because we're talking about this in terms of the framework of, like, white progressive voters. Like, if we're talking about moderates, like the white moderate, yeah, sure. But, like, white progressive liberals would have that issue? Now? I don't know about that one, dude. That's a bit of a stretch, I think.
The response, but then I remembered that to a lot of white leftists, and especially white liberals, race matters are the equivalent to like a foreign language they've learned just enough about to get by while they're going to go on like an international trip. And the vast majority of them haven't even done that. To a lot of white leftists and white liberals, they're not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's why we keep on having this problem.
This seems a little reductive, I think. I think, broadly speaking, like, a lot of white progressive people have a pretty decent understanding about the history of, well, slavery, the failures of Reconstruction, segregation, the Jim Crow laws that sort of, like, came in to replace, like, slavery after the Civil War, and the 13th and 14th Amendments were written up and passed in order to, like, abolish slavery within America, except if you're in prison. But, you know, we all know about that meme, right? This is a little strange, I'll be honest. Like, I'm a little perplexed here. Like, this seems to be like, I'm not sure if this is like an accurate sort of statement to say, but this seems to be like a little bit of like white progressive left bashing. Is that fair to say? This seems to be like really weird left bashing to me. And I don't really know, like, I mean, this is like a pattern of behavior that FD signifier has engaged before in the past, right? Where he just like, I don't know, just has like, not like strange problems with like white progressives, but seemingly like near non-existent issues with like white progressive voters. Because again, if he like, okay, if he's talking about white moderate voters, okay, I understand. Like, yeah, I agree with that point. But progressives? Like more liberal progressive voters? I don't think I agree with that.
It's to the point that when I bring up how race has a significant impact on any mainstream political project, people slander me with being an identitarian or using liberal identity politics, when in reality, I'm just pointing out huge gap in basic knowledge and strategy.
Wait, but that's conservatives that do that mostly, right? Like, I don't... okay, you know what? I am the white progressive here. Yeah, I don't disagree with that point. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Like, people will incredulously use, again, like, race and sort of, like, go after you for, like, doing id poll shit all the time. But the people who do that are typically, like, really annoying conservatives trying to masquerade as, like, liberals. Either that or just stupid neoliberals who are also just conservatives, right? Like, yeah, I can agree with that. But again, like, we're talking about this in the framework of white progressives. Like, more white, left, more white, more left-leaning people. So it's just like, no, I don't think I agree with this. I've not seen any indication of this before. I don't know.
That people need to understand, especially if you're serious about anything around major electoral movements. Like, I get being less interested in race matters for the more radical folks out there. It's still a flaw, but I get it. But if you genuinely care about progressive politicians and...
Wait, the more radical folks out... Wait, so you're okay with, like, class reductionism? Huh? What? This is very strange, dude. I think, honestly, okay... I think he just has, like, a problem with, like, white liberal progressives for some reason, and he's not really, I don't know if he's like articulating the main problem he has with like white liberal progressives. I'm a little confused, right? I don't know. I can imagine FD talking down to us South Asian people, telling us we don't understand what racism is. Yeah, I'm feeling very condescended to, right? Because I've examined history. I understand like the dynamics within race. Do I have like a sort of like in-depth telling? Like, trust me, I have a, okay, I'm doing the meme, all right? I'm in a fucking Discord server with a bunch of black people in it, okay? And I've talked with them about these. I've known them for 7 years. I'm like pretty decently aware about a lot of their fucking experiences, right? Because mostly to satiate my own curiosity, because I'm just like, well, I want to learn about this stuff because I'm curious. Fundamentally speaking, I'm very open-minded, you know. I engage in subjective thinking. I want to like learn about this stuff. And you know, they haven't really had a problem about telling me my stories, and generally don't find me like a pain in the ass to be around, except when I'm being like a little shit. But that's just me being like a little shit, you know, which is like whatever. I'm just confused. Like, I'm being condescended to for like what reason? Like, what did we do? I think like white liberal progressive voters, broadly speaking, have an understanding about like race dynamics, right? But is it like as in depth as it should be? Probably not, but like, yeah, they can sympathize with it and are willing to listen and learn from it. Are there like biases that some of them might have to work through? Sure. That's everybody though, right? We can make the same argument with a lot of like black older conservative voters, more like liberal, like conservative, sort of like neoliberal like black voters. They have a lot of their own sort of like risk adverse biases that they also have to work through. But then again, the problem with that is because a lot of that stuff is sort of like ingrained into them because of the systems that they grew up into, right? Because of like segregation and redlining and like systemic discrimination, right? Like, and a lot of like liberal progressive, like white liberal progressive people, I think like understand that, broadly speaking. Do they understand the full extent to it? Sure, like probably not. We can quibble about that or whatever. Do I know the full extent to it? Sure, but I'm aware of it, right? Like it's very strange, right? Yeah, it's a very good point, Boy Meets Minute. Yeah, it's why so many non-Western diasporas are homophobic and patriarchal. Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't have to, like, do we need to talk about how many, like, different Southeast Asian, like, polities are very, very patriarchal? We can go down the whole, like, rigmarole, fuck-a-McGee over all that stuff. Like, yeah, that's, like, a thing that happens constantly. So, again, I'm mostly just confused about, like, why the sort of specificity for white liberal progressives is mostly what I just don't really understand. And that's what I'm mostly confused about, I think.
Voting and winning elections and haven't done a full inventory on why Bernie Sanders lost black voters twice, then you have a lot to learn and know as much as I hate Jim Clyburn, it's not as simple as him controlling black voters. I'll explain by offering a little lore dump. I want to again admit that I was not and still am not a huge Bernie Sanders guy. To me, he's the best that exists in a political party that has almost nothing to offer, but that's got less to do with Bernie as an individual and more to do with the party as a whole. And I am very different now than I was in 2016 when it comes to politics, when Bernie emerged as a major player in the Democratic Party. And I liked everything they was saying back then.
But again, like, younger black voters overwhelmingly supported Bernie Sanders. It's older black voters that voted for the more establishment candidates. There's a divide there in terms of thought, in terms of like ages of thinking, I think, right? Where I'm trying to think of what the best way to phrase this is, because I don't think that these systems have been inherently defeated, but I think have been significantly curtailed. I don't know if that's correct to say, though, right? I will say curtailed. a lot of the systems that existed before, like segregation, redlining, and sort of like all this other like systemic discrimination that has happened throughout the United States in the past like century, a lot of that has been sort of, you know, curtailed, I would say. Not defeated. I don't think it's been defeated per se. I would say is like significantly less. And I don't know if like you can attest to this, Boy Meets Mini. I mean, you're not black, but I mean you're South Asian. But like the thing is that a lot of these like systems of discrimination that used to occur and exist before within like the black community, I don't think all like were they only like applied within the black community. It was meant to mostly target the black community, but it could also have been used to target other minority communities as well. Like, should we forget about what the Chinese Act of what, like 1890 something? What? Like, it's also, yeah, it's prevented immigration for decades. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. That's a systemic discriminatory fault against probably not only like South Asians, but also I would say a lot of Latinos and or you know, people like that. Yeah, the Chinese Exclusion Act is like the main thing that comes up to my mind. So I don't think this is like you know, I don't think it's not just like an issue for black people, right? I think it's an issue for like every sort of minority population that it broadly exists within the United States. Like, there's all been this systemic discrimination for a lot of people, but we can sort of like talk about like have black people gotten it worse in the relative scale of things? Yes, absolutely. I would definitely agree with that. But again, like, this isn't like a thing that's just exclusive for black people. Like, I don't think so, right? If I'm understanding this position correct, I could be entirely wrong here.
I had not taken real leftist political ideology seriously, even though I've been greatly exposed to it, because like many black people, while I desired the socialism promised by Bernie Sanders and his movement, I had no faith that there was any chance it would win, and I didn't low-key trust that it was sincere. I was like most black people, especially post-Obama, very cynical and nihilistic towards our political system, and invested in maintaining the status quo because the opposing options seemed like bigger threats. I had a lot to learn.
Okay, I'm trying to think, but isn't that like more of a, again, like, I feel like FD is not sort of, is he like addressing like the sort of age divide here? Because I can see, like, younger black people thinking like that, right? That makes sense to me. But older black people? I don't think so, right? So, like, which is it? Is this, like, a general black community problem? Or is this, like, again, like a sort of age distinction, right?
Like most millennials my age, black and otherwise, right? Getting that out the way. It's been steady growth since then, growth that is far from being done. However, one hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters, manage black skepticism towards him. To this day, I, like a lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people at that time and how that hampered his movement. I know and understand the Bernie bro concept might be overblown, and it was a talking point developed by establishment Dems and the right to create a negative feedback loop between Bernie and black voters, but that doesn't mean it was a completely false narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016, and each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives.
I don't really understand, again, like, what is the, like, what's like an example, like, what's an argument, right? Yeah, like Rogan Bernie bros, but that's like a minority, I would say, right? Like, I don't think there's that many, like, what, is he talking about, like, dirtbag leftists or something? Really? Like, even dirtbag leftists, broadly speaking, acknowledge systemic discrimination and acknowledge that is a big problem, right? And broadly speaking, they also acknowledge that, again, like, a lot of younger black people voted for the more broader sort of, like, progressive candidate for, like, with Bernie Sanders, and have said before that there's, like, an argument between, like, older black people and younger black people constantly, right? Like, I'm still a little confused here, I'll be honest.
have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent still is, a prominent, influential figure.
Okay, there it is. That's... Yeah, still obsessed with Vosh. Okay, everything makes more sense now. Now he's just mad about Vosh. That's what it is. Now, you could say that I'm being fucking dishonest here, but again, I'm trying to, like, honestly fucking engage with what's going on here. Vosh has, like, when he studied sociology, one of his minors was in, like, crime studies. Like, he studied about, like, crime and shit like that. He understands a lot about, like, the systemic discriminations that black people face. Like, he doesn't shy away from that. He talks about that. And he's talked about it before, very oftenly. Is this because of, like, Vosh not, is this about the Vosh, like, black nationalism fucking takes that he used to have before, where he conflated black nationalism with black supremacism? And then he sort of, like, learned that, oh, wait, they're, like, two completely fucking different things? Then I don't think that this is, like, a sort of, like, prescription you can do on, like, all white liberal progressives. This seems very, very fucking dishonest, I'll be quite honest. Like, I consider Vosh ignorant of politics outside the US, but that's a specific conniption I have. Not in terms of Ukrainian issues, right? He's quite good in terms of Ukraine. And sometimes he'll do, like, some looking into other politics and, like, elections in, I don't know, South Asia and stuff like that, but he doesn't, like, really cover it all that much, right? And I don't know if you've seen, like, I don't know, him talk about, like, the India-Pakistan war in particular, Boy Meets Mini, but I don't know if there's, like, anything you'd say that's, like, sussy there in particular. I don't know if there's really anything sussy, to be honest. I think FD Signifier is just, like, more still hyper fixated on the sort of, like, problem that Vosh used to have before with the conflation between black nationalism and black supremacism, because he used to do that, right? I can agree to that is not, like, an honest framing there by Vosh, but I think it's because he was more undereducated on the sort of issue there, I'll be honest. Not that I'm saying I'm particularly well educated. I'm not going to pretend to say that I'm well educated, but I can understand the differences between what black supremacism is and black nationalism, right? So it's whatever, right?
You're in the online left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism among...
Persistent liberal racism? Okay. Like, no, he's edgy. No! Drat. Curses. Curse the edgy boy for being edgy. Whatever. I think he came out of that particular thing saying that neither side is good. It's like, yeah, they're both just kind of bad, if I recall correctly. He's saying, like, yeah, Pakistan is bad, so is India. They're both just bad, I think, is his position.
Among other things. And I'm at a point now where I realize that, like, there's a lot of people in my audience that don't know who Vosh is, which is good. Please don't look it up. Just imagine, like, the parents from Get Out. Like, imagine the white families from Get Out. Imagine what their kid might be like. You kind of get an idea. People like Sean Head are also ardent.
What? Okay. What? Isn't the... I think... I'm going to steal Vosh's... Because I've saw him take a look at this video in particular, right? Vosh saw Get Out. And broadly speaking, described the family... Because I haven't seen the fucking movie, right? I probably should see Get Out. Isn't the white family that's being described there in Get Out white moderate? Vosh is not a white moderate. Like, what do you mean? What? He believes in, what? Radical emancipatory action for the workers seizing the fucking means of production. Broadly speaking, like, a lot, again, the only reason why people have these takes about Vosh is because, what, he said you should vote for Joe Biden in 2020 because it'd be really bad if Trump gets back into office, which he was correct about, and because of, like, the Professor Flowers debate. Like, that's all that it is. Yeah, this is very, like, basing, like, all white liberal progressives based off of, I don't know, Goofy Horseman, I think is very disingenuous.
Bernie supporters, and I'm getting DMs from other leftists who are calling me to make a statement about black people not voting for Mamdani. Y'all have some work to do. A whole lot of white progressives and leftists have a long way to go in recognizing those.
Are those Vosh fans doing it? I'm very confused here. Like, are those, like, white progressive? Like, broadly speaking, I don't know, like, who the fuck is, like, messaging FD signifier? I feel like he's just, it's like a strange conflationary thing that he's doing here, and between, like, not acknowledging, like, the sort of, like, dynamics between, like, younger black people and, like, older black people for some reason in terms of, like, their political differences. Like, I don't know, this just seems very weird.
Anti-black tendencies, especially when they feel like they're in the right about a political movement. And establishment Democratic strategists played on that in 2016, and they're going to do it again with Mamdani. And the same fan base is going to play right into their hands. How many times I need to hear from Bernie Sanders or from a Bernie Sanders fan that he marched with Martin Luther King? Y'all, why did you think you were cooking with that? That wasn't as bad as Hillary with the hot sauce in her bag comment, but it was in the same realm. And if you don't like hearing that, that's because you're part of the problem.
What? Dude, fucking Hillary Clinton did the super predator thing about black people. Like, huh? What? This is comparing, like, Bernie Sanders to Hillary Clinton in this particular respect is very fucking strange to be. Again, like, the thing is like, yeah, older black people are just gonna vote for whoever's the establishment Democrat because they're concerned about electability first and foremost, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, even as the Al Jazeera article said, like, they're more about, like, being risk adverse. I wonder how much FD has commented on age caps within the black community. I'm sure he has. Probably. I have no reason to make that assumption, but, like, or to not make that assumption or something. Whatever. I'm just confused, I'll be honest, about what's, like, the sort of things that are being described here. I don't know, like, I think he just has, like, a particular problem with, like, Vosh that he just doesn't want to let go for some reason, is mostly what I'm sensing here.
And this is all before we get to phrases like low information voters. Woo! The unforced errors with y'all. You can, if you want, to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white. And to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign, but it was still successful. And it was only successful because the white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and engaging with the topic that they couldn't defend effectively against it. And that's partially...
What? Okay, when people are talking about, what, low information voters, they're talking about, like, people, broadly speaking, who are not really tuned into politics, just kind of, like, go with the motion and just vote along, like, a particular party line because that's just, like, the kind of thing that they're doing, right? Like, I don't think it's not ridiculous to say that there are low information voters out there, right? Like, and trying to, like, prescribe it to, like, I don't know, like, particular races of people. This seems very strange to me, right? Like, that's a broader problem with like, the death of education that has happened within the United States. The sort of, like, non-teaching of, I would say, broader sort of civic duties and civic education within the United States of America, because, again, there are, well, capitalistic forces in play that don't want people to learn about that stuff due to the fact that, well, you know, they don't want, like, a significantly educated proletariat who would be, well, more interested in rising up against capitalism. Like, that's not just a black community issue. That's an everybody issue.
because so many of these organizations and communities were devoid of black people to actually engage with and have conversations with about these issues. And if actual black leftists are resistant to being a part of your space, that again says something about your space, not about us. If you're still shocked, indignant, and in denial of what I'm saying here, you're probably part of the problem. If your reflex here is defend your susceptibility to the strategy that we have clear proof of working, then you are not ready for what comes next. It should not be lost on you that Jim Clyburn, the man whose only real role in the Democratic Party is to deliver the black vote, specifically here, the largest population of black voters, which are black boomers and petite bourgeois folks, he came out in support of Cuomo all the way from South Carolina for no other reason than to create the exact result that happened. Cuomo has...
Wait, I'm curious. Okay, I'm curious. Did Jim Clyburn endorse Zohran Mamdani?
Governor Andrew Cuomo in the New York City Democratic primary race, not Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, who ended up winning that primary. At this point, do you support Mamdani's candidacy as the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York?
Absolutely, I do. I support Democratic nominees. The fact of the matter is, my relationship with Cuomo goes back to when he was Secretary of...
Huh? Jim Clyburn said he absolutely supports Mamdani. What? What does that mean? I'm so confused, dude. Like, Clyburn initially endorsed Cuomo, yeah, because he's an establishment candidate, first and foremost, right? And black boomers, yeah, have ended up voting for Zohran, for Cuomo as a result, which is why he ended up losing about that. And then he says he absolutely supports Zohran. I'm trying, like you're saying, Boy Meets Minnie, yeah, FD trying to invent problems where they don't exist. I'm failing to see the issue here, unless there's, something that I'm completely unaware of. Maybe someone can tell me, but, I don't understand, dude. He said he previously dissed Andrew Cuomo, and he absolutely supports Zohran Mamdani. Whatever that exactly means. It's not like a full-throated endorsement. It's more like a tepid, yeah, he's the Democratic nominee. I support him or something. He's maybe just falling in line behind Zohran or something in comparison to a lot of other establishment Democratic figures from New York. We'll get to people I don't know, Hakeem Jeffries and Richie Torres. But the only reason why Hakeem Jeffries and Richie Torres don't like Zohran Mamdani in particular is because of the fact that they're bought by AIPAC. They're bought by AIPAC. I don't know to what extent that Jim Clyburn has gotten money from AIPAC or other Israeli lobbies. That doesn't really matter. But we understand why Richie Torres, people like Richie Torres and Hakeem Jeffries do not like Zohran Mamdani, and that's because they're bought. Again, still failing to see what exactly is the issue here.
Has been iffing at staying in the race as an independent, but it looks like he won't, especially after Al Sharpton of all...
Yeah, even Al Sharpton? Wait, I'm gonna listen to this.
All people urge him not to, and you might think, well, hey, that's actually good. That means he might swing more people towards Mamdani. No, I think he's going to support Eric Adams. Eric Adams is playing a very dirty game right now and using classic tricks that happen with powerful black men in black spaces who cover up their wrongdoings by cleaving to issues of race in the black church. When you look at Eric Adams speaking these days, he's surrounded by all the recurring characters in the background. It looks like a clip from the Boondocks. And the thing got...
But that's literally all Eric Adams does in order to do deflections for his bullshit, for his rank corruption. Yeah, Eric Adams only race baits. That's it. He race baits all the time. It's not hyperbolic or I don't know, a subconsciously racist thing that I'm saying. I think that's just a fact. He does that all the time. He gets in trouble. He has a controversy about something. He'll surround himself with a bunch of minorities and just be mostly black people saying I can't believe people are going after me because of systemic discrimination that has happened before. That's just dishonest. That's incredulous. again, I'm still a little confused. Yeah. Eric to Pakistan. Yeah, New York is the Islamabad of America. How many times has he done that before to different communities, saying like New York is is insert capital of country here of America. New York is the insert capital here of country of America. Like Eric Adams race baits like a motherfucker. He does that all the fucking time to different communities, right? Like that's just like a rhetorical tactic he does.
I know is that a lot of you do not know how to engage with the population that's being presented there. And that population is still very important to anybody that's trying to win an election
like
pretty much anywhere in this country. Now, just off numbers, I don't think Mamdani will lose to Adams. Adams has his own scandal, like I just said, as well as the taint of Donald Trump on him right now. And there still is an actual Republican candidate, so it's like they're probably going to end up siphoning votes off each other. But they're already testing waters on how to utilize anti-blackness to derail Mamdani's wave. I'm already seeing TikToks complaining that Mamdani didn't support Kamala Harris, which is some bullshit. But trust me, I know it carries weight with some black folks. And then we also have this story about him allegedly putting African American on his college applications, which the unfortunate.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't it found out that the dude who did who wrote that Substack article was a race realist? That complete utter smear from the New York Times? Yeah, he didn't get into Columbia anyways. Like, I think it's more so to focus on the fact that Mayor Eric Adams is just going along with like a New York Times smear hit job on Zohran Mamdani that's based off of like a race realist, which is inherently incredulous. This is very like I'm sensing some fucking bullshit, dude. This is some fucking nonsense. Yeah, like this is not like, listen. We can even find this out. New York Times Zohran Mamdani, African American on university source. What's the name of the dude? Is mostly what I want to find. Son of a bitch. Scooped by Chris Rufo. What's the name of the dude? Large scale of the criticism focused on the source of the documents, an online figure known for using the pseudonym Cremu. Cremu? According to The Guardian, Cremu is the alias of Jordan Lasker. The Times later updated the article to note that Cremu writes often about IQ and race. A race science blogger goes mainstream. FD, my dude. He's a race he's a race realist. Like it's inherently like dishonest. Like again, like are we just falling for the meme? Or like what's going on here? Okay. Like Eric Adams is wielding that incredulously because he doesn't give a fuck, right? He'll race bait when it's like completely efficacious for him, but he'll do like liberal racism shit all the time. And like you're like blaming white progressives for like liberal fucking racism, primarily speaking, when Eric Adams is basically referenced a New York Times like smear hit piece written by and used sources from a race realist. Like, come on, FD. Like, are we for real?
Force errors with y'all are astounding. You low-key do not deserve to win for doing this type of dumb shit. But we move forward. And we move forward because Mamdani does have a degree in African American studies, and his father is low-key, from what I heard, a pretty significant figure in that field. And so I assume that he knows how to maneuver around these issues.
Well, I thought you were supposed to know all this stuff, you know. The quote-unquote the king of black people or something. I'm being a little facetious here.
Way better than Bernie Sanders did, and maybe that'll set a different tone for his followers. But I'm less worried about him and more worried about y'all. I don't know if y'all are disciplined enough not to repeat the same mistakes of 2016. I don't know if you all have built a ground game to be present in black spaces to actually talk to those voters, as opposed to try to debate and browbeat them and shame them into voting for a candidate that is better than the one they're thinking about voting for. And again, I don't know if y'all appreciate the fact that me and like 20 other black...
I'm still confused. Like, what is the sort of, like, evidence and, like, amount of, like, white liberal progressives who browbeat and tried to debate, like, older black boomers into voting for more progressive... Again, like, has this happened? Probably, but isn't this, like, from what I understand, a bigger issue with younger black voters who do the debate broing stuff? Are we just, like, falling for, like, different internet avatars or some shit? I'm so confused, honestly. I still don't really understand. Like, I could be, like, super dishonest and just say, like, oh, FD Signifier is just saying the things that he's saying because he just has a problem with, like, white liberal progressives. And he just has, like, a problem with white people. And, like, I'm, like, honestly, like, have I gotten to the point that is just, like, what I should say and that should be the case? Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Whatever. Get the, like, dishonesty out of here. Sure. I don't give a shit about that. Right? I don't think I really have a problem with that statement. Because, like, honestly, I'm, like, listening to the argument here. I'm still, like, trying to understand, like, exactly, like, well, like, what did they do? What did they do? Like, so far, it's, like, problems with Vosh and, like, not acknowledging the sort of, like, age demographic sort of, like, split within the black community or something. Like, because I think that's, like, the main thing to point to.
Leftist creators that came up in the last couple of years for this entire time were in unison pointing at Vosh and the white leaf community as a problem, and we couldn't seem to break through to a lot of people until he got caught up.
Yeah, it's still Horseman. Horseman, such a big problem in the white leaf community. Like, what are you talking about? Like, again, it's just Vosh. He just has a problem with Vosh. That's like, honestly, I'm like getting pretty much close to the point that it's just Vosh. He still has a problem with Vosh.
Up on his taxes. If you know, you know. There's going to need to be some internal audit.
I think it's just Vosh.
Get tripped up by this stuff. This movement is really going to need to mobilize black Gen Zs and millennials to cancel out the votes of their parents and grandparents who will show up to vote. They are definitely going to show up to vote. Will the young people show up to vote? That's another question. That's always the question.
But yeah, are they going to vote for Eric Adams or are they going to vote for Zohran Mamdani? Like, you have not really acknowledged this whatsoever, right? Like, we don't really know. Because generally speaking, they're all vote blue no matter who. And are they going to be big fans of Eric Adams? Well, that remains to be another fucking question. Because, again, like, you even said yourself before, he's scandal ridden. It's very, really, it's so... It's just, like, weird shit. This is just weird. Is this just hater? I think he's just a hater. Understandable, okay? I, too, am also a hater.
And you're going to have to engage that population without coming off like debate bros, which is going to be hard because I know a lot of you only hear a black voice when you click my videos. And even then, I don't think some of y'all are fucking listening. And for those black...
I don't, like, when was the last time Vosh even did a debate? Right? The only time he, like, debates people is when he's just, like, yelling at his chat. Like, that's it. Otherwise, like, that man has not done a debate in, like, 2 years. Like, at all. Bro just doesn't debate anymore. Like, I don't know. Yeah, he had enough with, like, the Mr. Girl shit, right? Because, and understandable, because Mr. Girl is just, like, trying to, like, kowtow pedophilia or some shit, and was trying to make, like, Vosh agree with, like, pedophilia takes or some shit. Because, and I understand, because it's just, like, he's already acknowledged, because even then he was just, like, not really debating conservatives, because, again, like, if you look at the conservative debates he's done before, he's just like, dude, I've had enough. Like, it's just, there's no point in debating these people. They don't exist in reality. And he's talked with, like, hundreds of them at that point. And it's just like, dude, there's no point. Like, these people just don't acknowledge reality. There's no point in talking with people who don't acknowledge reality. Like, you can't get through to them. It's impossible. Which, yeah, that's a correct position with, like, conservatives. They don't believe in reality. Like, I think he just has a problem with Vosh. That's it.
Z's and millennials locked in with Mamdani because he has reached y'all. Don't get mad at me here. Call me an unk if you want. But I need y'all to go to church. I need y'all to put on your best outfits, to press your hair out, to cover up whatever tattoos, take all your piercings out your face, and I need y'all to go to church every Sunday until Election Day and talk to those aunties and uncles who are not convinced about him, and you're going to need to be patient and empathetic and not judgmental and smarmy, which I know is hard for all leftists. I've had these same conversations with my own aunts and uncles and parents and whatnot. It is not easy, but they are movable, because what I think a lot of leftists and progressives, even black folks, don't fully understand is that black voting habits aren't driven by ideology, they're driven by cynicism and survival instinct. I had a great talk with Maurice Mitchell from the Working Families Party, who was a Mamdani supporter, on the Signified podcast channel, and he explained an important thing people don't understand about black voting habits.
Because black people, we're operating on multiple levels. Not only do we vote on the values we believe in, we also have a consciousness that is...
Yeah, it's also... dude, it's the same thing with fucking East Europeans. Like, this isn't... I don't think... This isn't a distinct thing with, like, black people, I'll be honest. Like, I think my mom is probably movable. My dad's not movable. Like, that's a fucking sunk ship. I don't bother debating my dad. I can have conversations with my mother. Absolutely. And she's open to conversations because generally speaking, otherwise I don't really like talk with her about like much of us else of anything. I mean, she did have a surgery. I should have probably called her today because of her surgery. I'll call her tomorrow and see how she's doing. Because she has like she got hit by a door. It got into an infection. That's besides the point. This is, like, I think this is just a broader general problem with just older people, honestly. Because, again, have you ever talked about, like, pro-socialism movements with, like, East European parents? Oh, boy. I can tell you some fucking stories about talking about workplace democracy and emancipation and, you know, workers seizing the means of production with East European parents. It's a fucking doozy, okay? I also, you know what I did? And I was proud of this. I managed to convince a bunch of them to vote in, like, the provincial Ontario elections for the NDP, pointing out mostly problems with the Conservatives, saying, like, they are the second option. They are the oppositional party right now to the Conservatives. And they were just like, well, yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, yeah, Conservatives are just, like, pretty, like, dog shit. I've broken through. I've been successful. I know what it's like. And yeah, you have to be very patient and empathetic. Like, if you just get, like, mad and you start yelling at them, it's over. It's done. Like, they're gonna pull out the parent authority card and shit like that. And it's not gonna fucking work. Like, I know. I've done it before. I'm an East European. I understand the sort of, like, grind, you know? It's a pain in the ass, right? And I have the constant, like, debates with my mom all the time. Like, she's more I think she's movable on, like, economic problems, on, like, kitchen table issues, I'll be honest. In terms of, like, race and, like, immigration stuff, it's complete, like, suburbia fucking brain rot there. I'm probably not gonna break through there. Like, ain't no fucking way that's probably happening, or it'd be, like, really, really difficult. But, like, she used to be very, like, more reactionary in terms of homelessness, but I've broken through to her in terms of, like, homelessness issues. Like, I have. With the help of, like, friends of mine. Because otherwise she'll, like, never, she'll, like, never listen to me initially. She has decided to stop doing that sort of, like, reactionary tendency because of, like, you know, I used to be very impatient with her and, like, yell and argue with her basically over, like, anything all the time. But that's because she would never, like, treat me as, like, a human being. It's the conservative tendency of, like, you know, parents treating their children as, like, ciphers or simulacra or homunculi that is meant to be imprinted. And that was my parents' strategy when they were trying to raise me. They were trying to imprint their sort of habits onto me, and it just didn't work. And eventually, like, after I went to university and, like, got halfway through to university, they recognized, they were just like, yeah, we fucked up. They still trot out these, like, I'm going to say it's kind of an excuse, because it's kind of an excuse, saying, like, well, you don't come with, like, an instruction manual. Like, it does, like, and parenting is, like, not something that works. It's just like, okay, but, like, at some point you have to acknowledge that there's agency on your side, and if you're noticing, like, a particular pattern, you should be able to recognize that and be able to adapt to that, quite literally. Right? That's a whole other conversation tangent in of itself. But same thing with, like, what I'm saying here in terms of, like, FD signifier. And like you've been saying, Boy Meets Mini, you're all too familiar at arguing with the fucking unks. This isn't just a black issue. This is an every sort of, like, minority boomer issue, to be honest. Like, Southeast Asia, South Asia in general, especially East Europe, right? This is a big problem with East Europe.
Into what we think the majority white country we live in will accept.
Again, there's going to be a reflexive defense from some of you to call this identity politics. Please don't take this as me being negative towards Mamdani, because some of y'all are sensitive like that. I understand. I'm just trying to help in my own way and recognize that the numbers might be of such that this doesn't matter in New York. But understand, Jim Clyburn and the Dem establishment are not going away anytime soon. And there will be opportunities to shift the Overton window to weaken their power in the Democratic Party in the next few years. And if folks who are invested in electoralism aren't also invested in building connections to black voter strongholds and unpacking their own anti-black tendencies, then the establishment is going to run the exact same play on y'all like Jordan is trying.
I still don't understand what the anti-black tendencies from white liberal progressives are, I'll be honest. Like, them not going, like, full-throated, I don't know, with the kente cloth or some shit. I don't understand. Do they need to do the Nancy Pelosi kneeling thing or something? I don't understand, like, what is the anti-black tendencies? I'm so confused. Go to the Vietnamese and Korean majority areas of LA and count the MAGA hats. I'm not shitting you. Yeah, exactly. Like, people are complicated. Literally, when I was, like, driving back from ordering food, because I like ordering shawarma on Wednesdays, right? I just ordered takeout. I saw a dude who had, I counted, like, 3 stickers saying that, yeah, Filipinos for Duterte and shit like that. Like, no cap. Like, a lot of people are just, like, extremely, like, ridiculous, like, reactionary people sometimes. And that's just, like, how it is. A lot of, like, honestly, instead of, like, saying that this is, like, a race issue, this is just an age issue, right? Instead of, like, honestly, I think instead of, like, being racist, you need to be ageist, to be quite honest.
Offense in the 90s. Please make adjustments. Let's talk about today's sponsor. For those who don't know,
all right, we're done with this. I don't know, like, a lot of the sort of, like, things here that I think FD signifier is prescribing here is, I think, more of an issue with just older people in general, not with progressive, like, white liberals and, like, younger black people who, broadly speaking, like, voted in droves for, well, Bernie Sanders, and then just, like, kind of conflating the whole thing to just the broader general, like, black community, right? Like, a lot of, like, black people are just, like, very, very conservative. Like, I don't know, try to talk about, like, older black people in terms of, like, not race issues. They'll be, like, they're not gonna have a problem with race issues, right? But in terms of, say, like, more, like, queer social issues. Perfect example of this is, quite literally, I would say Dave Chappelle, I think, is, like, a perfect example of this, right? Generally speaking, like, perfectly describes, like, the race dynamics between, like, white and black America throughout all of the media and, like, sort of, like, stand-up critique that he has done throughout his career. But when it comes to fucking trans people, oh boy, like, he immediately just was, like, incredibly ignorant and just basically just went with, like, the transphobe turf, like, J.K. Rowling line, right? Like, I think this is just, like, an issue with, like, social dynamics and just with, like, people just being old and blinkered and living during times of, like, segregation and stuff like that, right? I think that's just mostly what it is. And, like, white liberals, like, not white liberals, like, white progressives, broadly speaking, understand and acknowledge that. But are they the ones, generally speaking, like, speaking to, like, older black people? I don't really, like, I don't think so. I think it's mostly, like, younger black people that are doing that more so because they're going to have more older black people in their lives. So, like, I don't know. I think it's just very strange conflations that FD signifier is mostly sort of engaging with here, broadly speaking. I mean, like, Zohran Mamdani had a very broad, like, coalition of differing peoples, ethnicities, cultural affiliations, and religious backgrounds supporting him throughout his campaign. And again, like, I would really like to know what those age demographics were for the black people that voted between Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani, because I guarantee you it's younger black people are definitely voting more for Zohran Mamdani. I like, that's like the easiest bet of all bets. So again, honestly, I think all I really have to come away with here in terms of what FD signifier is saying here in particular is, I think it's just the fact that he just still has a particular problem with Osh, and that's like, honestly, I don't think there's like really anything else to say besides I think he just still has a problem with fucking Horseman and like general like white people for some reason. Like I'm not really like coming away with anything else besides that, to be honest. I mean, he's done it before in the past. It's not like I don't think it's like ridiculous to say, I'll be honest. Whatever. Stupider stuff has happened, I'll be honest. Oh man, that took a lot longer than it did. I'm gonna cover the other, like, Zohran shit, I think, probably tomorrow. It's already midnight. I need to stop being so fucking late for stream. I spent too much time there talking about this shit and just, like, kind of faffing about. I'll talk about this stuff probably tomorrow and shit. Let's get to this, I think. Alright. Alright. What do we got here? Trump. I think this was during his Epstein cabinet meeting where he brought up, why are people still talking about Epstein? Why are people still talking about him? I don't like him. He's kind of icky and stinky. Which, I mean, okay, good job, Trump, that you managed to get to that position. Job-osh. Good job. That you totally think that. But you know, he's also like going after Zohran Mamdani because, I don't know, he's a stinky communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, folks. Let me tell you that, you know, he's also doing that whole like complete utter nonsense and shit like that. But what do we got here? He issues ominous threat to New York City over Dem nomination of Zohran Mamdani. Let's take a look.
Mr. President, on New York, you're the most prominent Republican in the country from the city. What do you want to...
Anywhere else? I don't want to be a wise guy, perhaps. Maybe Marco.
How do you want Republican voters in the city to vote in the upcoming mayoral election? Should they vote for Eric Adams? Should they vote for Sliwa? Should they pick someone else?
Look, number one, you have a communist running, and you should vote for him. He's a disaster. He's leading. He's got the Democrat nomination because that shows you where the Democrats have gone. He actually wants to take over the grocery.
Well, I mean, that's not the reason why he ended up winning the primary. It's because, again, Zohran Mamdani believes in things, and the Democrat general establishment doesn't believe in anything. And people are just like, we're going to vote for the guy who actually believes in stuff.
Grocery stores of John Catsimatidis, who's a great guy, a rich guy, grocer, does a good job.
Wait, who's the fuck is Josh Catsimatidis? Catsimatidis? Catsimatidis. I'm perceiving. Bro, this guy looks like a fucking complete fucking scumbag, dude. Yeah, dude. Zohran Mamdani's gonna, like, claim all of his, like, groceries or some shit. Honestly, personally, I think maybe Zohran Mamdani should seize the means of production away from this dumbass. He's also a fucking radio talk show host, okay? So, you know this guy's a complete fucking demon, alright?
Job wants to take over. He actually called me the other day. He's concerned his stores are going to be taken from him, and they won't be run like John runs them. Believe me, he runs a good operation. But he actually said he wants to run his own grocery stores. No, this is a.
I'm really curious. What are his like scandals? Actually, why don't we just look here? Is there anything? Political activities before mayoral campaigns. Well, he supported Scott Walker. That guy's a complete disaster. He's a supporter of Clinton and donate to Hillary Clinton's was a member of Hillary Clinton's finance team. Very, very funny. Contributions to both Republican and Democratic campaigns. I mean, he just donates to whoever is going to make him more money, right? That's all he cares about. Also from Staten Island. Oh, no, he donated to people in Staten Island. Okay. Donated to Bill Clinton during the Clinton years. While still enrolled as a Democrat, considered being a candidate in the 2009 mayoral election as a Republican. That's so fucking funny, dude. He was reported to be systemically wooing local Republicans. That's really, really goofy. I mean, he's just like again, like his whole thing is that he's just like I don't know, soulless billionaire dude. That's like really about it.
Yeah, man who's not very capable in my opinion, other than he's got a good line of bullshit, and he's convinced them to go.
That's incredibly fucking rich coming from you, dude. Like a line of like bullshit, and it's incredible. Like, dude, you're like one of the con men in chief. You're currently a felon that's in power. Like, okay, bro, yeah. But Zohran Mamdani is the guy selling some bullshit. Like, I don't know. Yeah, keep puffing that copium, dude. Who's the guy who has like 6 bankrupted fucking businesses? Including a fucking casino? Imagine bankrupting a casino. That's incredibly rich coming from you.
Now, as you know, Cuomo does have capability as running, but he got knocked out, and now they're running as you have Eric Adams, the current mayor, you have Cuomo, and you have Curtis Lewa.
Cuomo has not announced anything in terms of like an independent run. Not yet, at least. I don't think he's going to do it because he would mostly siphon votes away from, well, Eric Adams more than likely, which would only benefit Zohran Mamdani.
Curtis runs every 4 years. He seems to be a fixture on the running scale. But you know, it's I'm not getting involved. But I can tell you this: I used to say we will not ever be a socialist country, right? Well, I'll say it again: we're not going to have. If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same. But we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to. We could run D.C. I mean, we're looking.
Well, that's because like DC's not a state, and you have complete federal jurisdiction over DC. That's how it's written in the law. And like, what do you mean by that? You can like, what are you gonna try to occupy New York like you're trying to occupy LA? I wonder how that's going for you, Donald. Like, it's I bet that's going really, really great for you. Do you really think that Zohran Mamdani, the same dude who yelled at Tom Homan, telling him to get the fuck out of here, like, is gonna take that shit like sitting down? Yeah, right. Like, again, in terms of like federal funds, because that's the only thing he can really do to New York. Again, the GDP of the city itself is in the trillions. It is one of the richest cities on the fucking planet in terms of just sheer raw like economic productivity. It outdoes most states economically speaking. Do you really, for even like a second, believe that Zohran Mamdani is just going to be like, oh no, you're going after me with the federal funds that we get so much of? Okay, I guess we'll just have to appropriate certain funds from the taxes that the New York governor is going to be like, I don't know, having to agree with or something. Like, do people, broadly speaking, understand just how ridiculous this is? Again, the point is he's trying to like strike fear into Zohran Mamdani, the same dude who yelled at Tom Homan. Like, I don't think it's gonna work. Like, we can get the clip, right? Zohran Mamdani yelling at Tom Homan. Like, what, you want to try to intimidate this guy? This dude. If YouTube could work. Like, you want to try to, like, intimidate this fucking dude? Really? This is the guy you're trying to intimidate. Sure, man. Yeah, you're definitely going to intimidate that guy. Totally.
Looking at D.C., we don't want crime in D.C. We want the city to run well. Susie Wiles is working very closely with the mayor, and they're doing all right. I mean, in the sense that we would run it so good, it would be run so proper, we get the best person to run it.
I'm curious. Crime rate in D.C. Higher than national average? What's the crime rate? I'm curious. Can I get like a graph or something? District crime at a glance. MBTs. So it's the Maryland Police Department or something. I want it for DC specifically. What's the crime rate in Washington, D.C.? In 2023, for every 100,000 people, there was about 1,200 violent crimes and 4,300 property crimes. Simply speaking, violent crimes are committed against people. Property crimes are not. Okay? These crime rates do not include every violent and property crime, but rather 4 violent offenses and 3 property offenses that have been tracked since 1929. Has it been going up? In 2023, both the violent and property crime rates in Washington, D.C. were higher than the 50-state average. Okay, so he's not lying about that. Good job, Trump. Violent crimes or robberies. It's higher than the average. I'm mostly trying to see if it's been going up. Has it been going up? Like in recent years? I want to, like, what I'm looking for is mostly like a trend. Oh, here we go. Between 2022 and 2023, the overall crime rate in Washington, D.C. increased by 24.3%. Okay. State level changes ranged from a 32.7% decrease in overall crime rate in Hawaii and a 16.8% increase in Maryland, which I think is mostly like D.C. that's more accounting for that. I'm curious as to why there was an overall crime rate increase between the years of 2022 and 2023. Could this be possibly attributed to the possibly like ineffectiveness by Joe Biden? I don't think that's like ridiculous to say, but it could be because of inflation, right? And a lot more people going into poverty because of inflation, right? I don't think that's ridiculous to say. Robbery, murder, larceny, everything has gone up except rape. Rape's been going down. Very, very cool. With Washington, D.C. I'm trying to think of like what could possibly be like attributing this stuff. Yeah, I mean, 50 state average is down. It seems very significantly up for Washington, D.C., but Trump's never really honest about this, but whatever.
The crime would be down to a minimal, would be much less. And, we're thinking about doing it, to be honest with you. We want a capital that's run flawlessly, and it wouldn't be hard for us to do it. And we've had a good relationship
We're
with
still
them.
talking about Zohran Mamdani
testing it to see if it works.
apparently.
But New York City will run properly. We're going to bring New York back. I love New York. I love New York for a long time. Then we had a bunch of crooked people in there. You have an attorney general who's a total stone cold crook, New York State, Letitia.
Well, no, you're just mad that Letitia James is like trying to prosecute you for your crimes mostly. Like that's what you're mostly upset about. that's why you're calling her a supposed crook. So sure, man. Yeah, he wants like how many like Republican mayors have been in New York? Wasn't it like a streak of just Republican mayors in New York? What New York City mayors? I just want the recent stuff. Bill de Blasio. So here's Republican, then unaffiliated. still a Republican. So since like what, 1994 to 2013, it's about 20 years of Republican mayoralship within New York. And what happened to fucking New York? Well, it became like more of a fucking shithole because of these two motherfuckers. So crazy. Who would have thought? I don't even know if it's it became like more difficult to fucking live in there. That's mostly what I'm saying there. And then like what we had like Bill de Blasio pass like good housing initiatives and stuff like that. Didn't Bill de Blasio also freeze the rent? Quite literally, there was a time when Bill de Blasio even freezed the rent. He brought in like universal fucking pre-K and stuff like that. And there's like, you know, some stuff that's like we can look through in terms of what Eric Adams has done. That's like, oh yeah, this is like a good policy and stuff like that. Whatever. Broadly speaking, we know the meme. We know the meme.
James, a total crook. All they do is want to go after political opponents. They do whatever expeditious for them. She's the one that took out Cuomo because she wanted to run for governor, and then she ended up getting 1% of the vote. She polled at 1%. She dropped out, went back to Attorney General.
Oh no, Andrew Cuomo has done a bunch of illegal stuff, like sue for gynecological records of the 13 women who credibly accused him of sexual assault. Like, I mean, but then again, like sexual assault sort of solidarity here between Donald Trump and Andrew Cuomo, as expected, of course.
You have a lot of crooked things going on in New York. We're going to straighten out New York. Maybe we're going to have to straighten it out from Washington. But when I see a communist who has actually gotten a Democrat, pretty much gotten a Democrat nomination, they also went to that new form of voting, which is a beauty. You go in there in third place, you come out in first. That's that form of voting that they have gone to.
It's not how ranked choice voting works. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Don? Like, Zohran Mamdani came out on top of the primary every single time during the 3 rounds of voting, and that didn't change. Like, he was first the whole primary. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? And yeah, that's how ranked choice voting works. Like, it goes through multiple fucking rounds. Like, of course, the dude who, broadly speaking, like, does not believe in democratic principles doesn't understand how actual democracy works. So, whatever.
You know what I'm talking about. It's not too good. We're going to do something for New York. I can't tell you what yet, but we're going to make New York ready.
Yeah, sure. Like, New York ready, what? They contribute more to the economy than they, I don't know, get from you. So it's silly. But what do we got here? Trump wants to straighten out New York. On the one hand, President Trump's threat of a federal takeover of New York if Zohran Mamdani becomes mayor was shocking, a menace of federal overreach, and an affront to self-governance through fair democratic elections. I mean, the thing is, again, like, Boy Meets Minnie, you can attest to this. This is exactly what's going on in LA, dude. It's a petri dish. It's a test. Like, I agree with Karen Bass when she says, like, this is like a test to see, like, yeah, we're gonna like see what's going on in terms of like LA. We're gonna see if we have to do like military occupation or some shit, you know, and like same shit. I can't imagine New York with all the people walking around or riding trains. Oh, I think it would be a complete fucking disaster, dude. So, you know, very, very cool. Yeah, a nice meme, AJ. I can't believe that you as a PA resident won't be voting for him. Inconceivable. Very cool. If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same. He's not like, I mean, he's a democratic socialist. Whatever. It's stupid.
We have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to.
Like what? Like you're gonna cut off some fucking federal funding? That's the only thing you can do. You can't. He'll try to do illegal shit, like I don't know, try to do a military occupation again. Like L.A. is the sort of like primary example here, right? Like he's gonna try to like federalize the National Guard against New York for what exactly? To come up with some like dumbass excuse when Zohran Mamdani decides to enforce New York City sanctuary city laws, because again, we all know why he probably wants like Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo to win, because again, he has leverage over them. It can you know, in terms of Andrew Cuomo, there's a DOJ investigation on him, which Trump can use and say like, listen, I could have the Attorney General take a look at this, Cuomo, and just like shake that in front of his face and just be like, Cuomo, I can have Pam Bounty come after you. And that's like what Trump has in terms of leverage over Cuomo. And in terms of Eric Adams, like, Eric Adams has literally said, like, I'll let you deploy ICE if you give me a pardon. So, like, he's only doing these threats because he's got no leverage over Zohran Mamdani, right? Like, there's no DOJ investigation going on. Like, he'll try to, like, sick DHS on him or some shit to try to make him comply. But I don't think, like, there's no way, like, Zoran's gonna tolerate any of that bullshit, right? Like, there's no fucking way. He'll just be like, get the hell out of here with this nonsense. Trump said in an extended riff Tuesday in which he criticized Washington's local government attorney general Letitia James and ranked choice voting. Yeah, criticize is a word that can be used.
You have a lot of crooked things going on in New York. We're going to straighten out New York, he added. Maybe we're going to have to straighten it out from Washington.
By, like, again, doing what? I mean, this is just like a repeat of the interview. It's really silly. On the other hand, the comments were just political saber-rattling, the natural escalation of a president who loves to shock with his rhetoric. That's true. I can't really disagree with there from Politico. In the 2 weeks since Mamdani's win, Trump went from threatening to pull federal funding, which he's done, like, at this point multiple times, if the mayor doesn't do the right thing. I'm assuming what he means by the right thing is letting Tom Homan and his, like, dumbass goons and, like, Kristi Noem arrive in her fucking cowboy hat and flak vest, just run around and gallivant about in New York City. I believe that this is what he means by do the right thing, which, yeah, the right thing for Zoran to do is to enforce the sanctuary city laws that exist within New York. So that's cool. To questioning his American citizenship and threatening to arrest Mamdani if he blocks ICE from doing criminal enforcement, which is illegal for him to do, but whatever. He doesn't give a shit about the rule of law. Republicans, totally the sort of state, like the party who cares about law and order, to now threatening to run the city from the White House. The only place Trump can go from here is threatening to convert Manhattan to a maximum security prison. Escape from New York style, or at least Astoria, so as to spare Trump Tower. That's true. Trump cannot take over New York City, but there are ways in which he can make life difficult. Columbia University legal expert Richard Briffault told Newsday in a story getting to the truth behind Trump's words. That includes federal lawsuits, targeted investigations into Mamdani or his allies, cutting funding, or even deploying the National Guard like he did in Los Angeles. That's the main thing that I'm mostly pointing to, which is, again, illegal, because you're supposed to consult with the governor. And I highly doubt Kathy Hochul is going to... I mean, is she going to, like, take it sitting down? Probably. But she's going to make, like, a fucking stink about it, similar to Andrew Cuomo, I think. Because, again, she also has, like, a re-election, and it's going to make her, like, look really good if Trump decides to federalize the National Guard against New York City and try to do, like, an LA-style, like, military occupation vis-a-vis, like, the deployment of ICE agents and also... the National Guard of New York City, or not New York, but of New York State in this particular instance. And it would be very politically efficacious for Kathy Hochul to make a complete fucking stink about it, sue the shit out of Donald Trump if he tries to federalize the National Guard against, well, Zohran Mamdani if/when he becomes the mayor of New York City. Trump has done this before. In September 2020, he labeled New York and others anarchist jurisdictions and threatened to restrict federal grants. Mayor Bill de Blasio's administration sued, but no money was ever withheld. Right, because again, like, it's illegal for him to do that, and there was, like, no way he could do it. But then again, that was, like, a more restrained Trump. So, whatever. Reportedly, since Congress controls spending, President Joe Biden lifted the executive order months later. But this is Trump too, and the president has been testing the limits of federal power and what the courts will permit. This is true. He has already yanked money meant to serve migrants out of a city bank account, and his mega bill is expected to reduce the flow of federal money to New York. Again, like, the thing is like, is this, like, really a big problem for New York? They can, like, broadly, I would say, like, they're probably able to sort of, like, weather a storm like this, like, more or less. It's again, he's, like, trying to do a bunch of, like, illegal shit for the sake of illegal shit, right? Because, you know, he doesn't care about law and order. He could give less of a shit about that. Mamdani didn't get in on the details, just saying at a press conference Wednesday that Trump spoke about democracy if it was something that he could either opt in or opt out of. Mayor Eric Adams has gone close with Trump, and his spokesperson, Kyla Mamlek Atlas, said City Hall doesn't take the threat of a federal takeover seriously. I mean, again, you're like serving the completely like Republican compromised incumbent here in terms of like Eric Adams, because he is wholeheartedly and completely and utterly fucking compromised. Like, that's not hyperbole to say. As Mayor Adams always says, stay focused, no distractions, and grind. The Adams administration is staying focused on delivering for the 8.5 million New Yorkers who call this city home, she said, making our streets safer, cleaner, and more affordable. Cool. I think that's really about it. So, Adams embracing childcare. I believe this is getting into more sort of, the electoral sort of stuff in terms of this. Yeah, I don't think this really matters at all. This is more of the sort of like election that's going on, not necessarily about Trump stuff. All right, cool, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, like, the basis of this sort of, like, threat that Donald Trump is trying to say here against Zohran Mamdani, again, the only reason why he's going with threats like this is because he's probably very, very fearful of what Zohran Mamdani is bringing to the table, right? Oh, so what's up, One Hand Politics? Boy Meets Mini, can we get a shout-out for our boy here? One Hand Politics? Would appreciate that, bud. What the hell was I saying? Right, conclusion. Yeah, broadly speaking, like, we know exactly the reason why, like, Trump and, well, I mean, it's not only Trump. The reason why, like, Trump is saying this particular rhetoric about Zohran Mamdani is because he's afraid. He's afraid that Zohran Mamdani actually has, well, the balls in order to be able to stand up and enforce, like, New York City sanctuary city policies, which Eric Adams is seemingly ignoring because, again, he's a compromised candidate. Well, not candidate, incumbent, who has, DOJ charges swirling around him, and Trump is just, like, saying, like, listen, let me tell you, folks, Eric, if you want to get a pardon and make sure that you don't get prosecuted for your federal corruption for being Turkey's strongest soldier, well, you know, I can easily waive that stuff for you. I can give you a pardon. Maybe the Chiefs of James won't go after you. Trust me, I know how that feels. And, you know, broadly playing off of Eric Adams' sort of like political corruption charges, and broadly speaking, the fact that he's as compromised and corrupt of a candidate as he is, to be able to just run roughshod on the city and just be like, yeah, well, you know, we're just going to deploy our little, like, Gestapo gremlin ghouls and just arrest a bunch of, arrest a bunch of people in order to just deport them to a prison slave labor camp in El Salvador. I've said this point before. We know exactly what's up here, what's going on, the sort of, like, dynamics that are at play here. So it's really, really something. Yeah, you know what? Maybe Eric Adams, when he loses, he will actually become Turkey's strongest soldier. Talking about, like, let me tell you, folks, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, greatest guy on the planet. Very, very cool, very good. But, you know, broadly speaking, we know what's, like, going on here. Trump is just afraid that he won't be able to run roughshod on the city, that Eric Adams is just kind of like, I don't know, trying to offer up to him in like a silver platter and just like completely and utterly capitulate to him. And he's just afraid of the fact that Zohran Mamdani is like gonna be the one guy who basically stands up to him and says like, you know what? No, I'm not gonna tolerate any of this shit. Like, fuck you. Like, we are a sanctuary city. I'm going to enforce our local laws. You can cope and seethe about it. Simpler, like, kind of similarly to what it's going on in LA, although, like, as you can probably attest yourself, Boy Meets Mini, like, the LAPD has been, like, sort of, like, I don't know if, like, complicit is the correct word, but sort of, like, kind of complicit in sort of, like, helping orchestrate the actions of ICE, mostly through doing crowd control of the protests. but like, let's be honest here, they're not like I said before, they're not just like grabbing random protesters, arresting them, and just like giving them to ICE. Sorely speaking. Yeah, they're not actively opposing ICE's presence here. And we can talk about, like, you can blame Karen Bass for not deploying the LAPD in order to actively oppose ICE's presence and stuff like that. But you can also kind of make the argument that this would kind of sort of be like a sort of escalatory sort of thing, that if the LAPD were to sort of block ICE's actions, what could possibly happen there? Would more National Guard troops be deployed by the Trump administration? My guess is probably yes. Would they sort of argue, saying like, oh, well, you know, I can't believe that Karen Bass, that seditious conspiracy theorist or seditious conspiracist who's trying to stop the actions of our noble ICE officers and just wants to stop the actions and stop the arrests of all the criminal illegals. We're going to stop them, and we're going to arrest the mayor and the governor of California, and I don't know, try to do like some like crazy ass like military, I don't know, arrest of the governor and the mayor, because that's what would probably happen. Very highly legal, dubious stuff. Blah 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 blah. Right. I'm going on a little bit of a ramble tangent here. The overall conclusion is fairly obvious. He's afraid of the fact that the man right here who yelled at Tom Homan is not willing to tolerate any of ICE's bullshit, that just like them just gallivanting about, just arresting random people because of Stephen Miller's desire to have like ICE Gestapo quotas in place, and just basically speaking like arresting people to just have them all deported to like a prison slave labor camp in El Salvador, or maybe to like alligator Auschwitz. You know, we're already getting testimonies as to the conditions that are in there. Are you sort of happy about like you know, Americans? Are you happy to hear about the fact that the prisoners in there are getting fed like maggot infested food and stuff like that? It's a like no hyperbole. Quite literally, it's just a concentration camp. I don't think that's like ridiculous to say. So that's cool. That's great. It's fantastic that we've kind of like started to arrive at this like sort of like particular juncture. But again, Trump just doesn't like the fact that this man right here, this man Zohran, is willing to stand up to that complete utter nonsense and say enough is enough. Someone needs to stand up to him and just say, you know what? Screw you. We're going to enforce our city laws, and I'm going to sort of like deploy the New York City police in order to stop and halt ICE's illegal actions, right? But then again, NYPD, not exactly a big fan of the sanctuary city-state laws, even though like the LAPD support them more. I'm like still going off of like on a particular tangent here. The overall point here is Trump is just afraid of the fact that he's going to be stood up to because he's a fragile, megalomaniacal child bully who just wants to be like, no, I want to have the silver spoon in my mouth at all times. You have to comply with me at all times. And he's just going to like throw like a hissy fit about it when like Zohran Mamdani decides to like resist, basically. I don't know. I think that's broadly speaking all that really needs to be said about that. Hoi! Oh boy. I need some water. Very cool, very good. So I opened the window to try to get some like fresh air. It's really fucking humid. We've reached the humid season out here in southern Ontario. I do not like it. I do not like it at all. It's hot as hell. Don't like it. Don't like it whatsoever. Yeah, this is fine. Very fine. Very, very good, folks. I'm gonna close the window. I'm like sweating balls here. That was warm air. That was not cold air. Time to finagle with the whatever the fuck. Make this shit work. I swear to God, never get you any of these, like, I don't know, climate-controlled sort of, like, air conditioning sensors, because for whatever reason, it, like, it basically, like, a buddy of mine described it to me as this way. It gets, like, sort of stuck in, like, its own pattern or something, where it's just, like, used to being at a particular, like, temperature, and then, like, the climate control functionality just seemingly stops. And it doesn't, like... I almost want to say it goes into, like, its own, like, sort of, like, schedule. Like, I'm only going to work at this particular time, and at, like, no other time, and just be, like, a complete, like, shit show fest, and you just have to, like, manually, like, finagle with the thing. It's very annoying. I don't like it.
I don't like it at all, folks. It's really hot and humid, and I hate it. I hate how hot and humid it is. I don't like it. Don't like it whatsoever.
Yeah, basically. I think it's one of those. I think that's what it's called. Let me double check. Nest thermostat. Yeah, I would describe it as a Nest thermostat. But it has, like, a bunch of different, like, controls and stuff. Like, you can, like, cycle through a bunch of shit in order to try to, like, make it convenient and stuff. Honestly, okay, I'm gonna be, like, a complete fucking boomer about this. Can I... Please, for the love of God, just let me be able to turn a dial, okay? I'm boomer posting. Fuck it, caught. I'm boomer posting, okay? Let me have a fucking dial. Can I have a dial, please? I don't understand why this thing is just, like, incredibly insistent on just being like, you know what? I don't want to work properly. I'm just like, but to why? Why are you like this? I don't like. God. What time is it? It's midnight. I got one more in me. Man, it's been a lot of, listen, it's like I said before, it's, today, it's a Zohran day today, you know, it's all about our big man, big baby man. You know, we took a look at the FD video, of which I, you know, that was pretty bad. Obviously, Trump is bad. But now let's get to the Democrats. Listen, I am an enlightened centrist. I go after everyone's critiques on Zohran Mamdani. Because, I don't know, I'm a Bernie bro or some shit. Oh, God. Oh, I can feel the air. Yes, I fixed it. Oh, thank God. It's not going to be anywhere near as humid. Ah, cool air. Thank God. Holy shit. All right. It's time to finish this enlightened centrist arc of going after everybody. Goodness gracious. Alrighty, what do we got here? Well, in our sort of, you know, quest of being one of Zohran's strongest soldiers, we got the Democratic Party. Now, obviously, the Democratic establishment has been not trying to take this quietly into the night. They had, like, their sort of initial, I want to say, like, non-endorsements of Zohran Mamdani, saying, like, oh, yeah, you know, like, I hope, like, he is successful in the race, in the general election. Not endorsing him, obviously, because, I don't know, these people are old ghouls and will do anything possible to actively snub progressive momentum. If the Democrats were, like, halfway, like, politically astute or, I don't know, good at politics, they would recognize for, like, literally 3 seconds that Zohran is the man. If we're talking about, like, a way to be able to build potential energy, excitement for a political candidate, you can look at, like, someone like Zohran Mamdani. But are they going to learn from the successes of his campaign? No. Nah. I'm not even going to be, like, charitable whatsoever. Fuck that. Like, absolutely not. Charitability with the what, 17% approval rating Democrat, like not Democrats, Chuck Schumer, who's I don't know, saying that Americans are like aroused to try to stop Donald Trump. Yeah, dude, I'm totally gonna believe that guy. What is Hakeem Jeffries' approval rating? I'm curious. I've not checked this before. Favorable, unfavorable ratings of Hakeem Jeffries. Just grab something real quick. I'm curious. Minus 1.4. Minus 1.4 average net unfavorability rating. Yeah, it's not as high as I thought it would be. I'm not going to lie. That's interesting. But in certain polls, yeah, he's I'm seeing a lot of red. I'm seeing a lot more red than indigo? I'm going to go with indigo. I'm going with indigo. Seeing a lot of red. I don't think he's very popular right now. Guys, who would have thought that sitting around and doing nothing was not going to be a politically efficacious, well, position? I'm shocked. But what does our boy here have to say about Zohran Mamdani? What do we got here?
Came out of nowhere with less money, less fame, beat the Democratic establishment, beat Mario Cuomo. I should say Andrew Cuomo, son of Mario Cuomo, known in New York.
What about Luigi?
Is that a good thing for the Democratic Party?
I'm sorry.
Well, he ran a tremendous race. He outworked the opposition. He out-communicated the opposition. He out-organized the opposition. And I think one of the things that was key about what he was able to do is that he ran directly at the issue of affordability. Across every age demographic, it's the #1 issue in the city of New York. Now, he articulated a very provocative platform in that regard. I look forward to sitting down and talking to him about his plans to actually implement that platform to deal with some of the challenges that the communities that I face.
Wouldn't the main challenge for the I suppose that Hakeem Jeffries is alluding to here just be the New York? If I'm okay, I don't know if there's any New York heads here in the chat whatsoever. Are there like? What's the? It's basically you have to get funding from the governorship. I'm not sure if that's the case with every other state. I assume different states have different sort of rules and stuff in terms of, I don't know, policy with what's going on here, broadly speaking, but right? Like in terms of like the policy that for as to how like cities get particular state funding allocated to them, if they have to like discuss with the governor or something. I have to ask Beer Bash. I probably would have to ask Beer Bash. He probably would know best. That's a good suggestion. Boy meets Minnie. But I think like what you're supposed to talk with the governor, right? And we all know that what Kathy Hochul is in an potential election relatively soon. Now, what exactly could happen there? Yada yada, bloody bloody. Who the hell really knows? To be honest, kind of a deal. That like. I don't know, flip a coin, I'll be honest. Like, Kathy Hochul seems like just like the really the encapsulation of like a do-nothing Democrat, I'll be honest. But that's a whole other, like, can of worms kind of a deal. It's one of those, like, things where it's just, like, it depending on how, like, those negotiations go in terms of, like, because we know what Zohran Mamdani wants to do in terms of like being able to raise the funds necessary to implement his agenda in terms of like the free busing and all this other stuff. He's trying to like match the state next to New York, and that is New Jersey's corporate tax rate of about what 11.5% in comparison to what I think it's like 7.5% or something like that. Something like that, right?
Are dealing with in terms of gentrification and displacement, and a whole host of other issues that I would normally talk about with any Democratic nominee, and certainly we'll talk about with our particular Democratic nominee in the context of the mayoral race. I think one of the things that we'll continue to try to do at the national level is to lean in aggressively to Donald Trump's failure to address the high cost of living. He promised to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down. It's going up. Inflation is on the way up.
And you guys are doing a real great job at trying to stop any of that with, like the big, beautiful bill. I mean, you did like your little 9-hour filibuster there. I mean, good job, Hakeem Jeffries. Great work, bud.
Life remains far too expensive for the American people.
I got to tell
Democrats
you,
want to do something about it.
Respectfully, I see the pivot. You're good at this. That's how you got this job. But then I got to rephrase the question. You're not ready yet to say whether it's a good thing. You want to meet with him. You want to kick the tires at this juncture.
We have a good interviewer. What? I never would have expected this. I mean, this is true. What's the name of this dude? Yeah, whoa, good interview. I don't know what the name of this dude is, to be honest, but sensing and just like calling out the pivot here of Hakeem Jeffries, saying like, buddy, you didn't answer the question. Like, can you answer the question? I'd appreciate an answer to the question. I agree. What's he gonna say?
You're not ready to say that this turnout, this energy that he tapped in New York is good for the party yet.
Oh, no, listen. I mean, I think that when you can increase the electorate, particularly as it relates to parts of the electorate that came out in significant numbers, which include the South Asian community in many parts of New York City, and certainly younger folks under the age of 39 in New York City, that is absolutely a good thing. And of course, he should be credited with pulling off that kind of campaign that reached so many folks.
But the tension here, if I'm hearing some possible tension.
I'll be honest, he's still not really answering the main question, like what he thinks about Zohran Mamdani as a general sort of candidate.
Is, as you know, the Democratic Party has had a hard time with some of these, whatever you call them, Democratic socialists, insurgents, more liberal, energetic candidates, even when they do what you just referred to. So we have a history here from Bernie Sanders, some of the way the AOC or members of the squad were treated, and now some of the apparent reaction where people are wondering, is there room in the tent? Not saying that I mean, you have a lot more power than him, not saying you would endorse the whole platform, but when his platform is affordability, ideas around democratic socialism, raising the tax rate in the city of New York, free buses, a different type of foreign policy, if we simplify, but much more harshly critical of the Israeli government, say, than I think the congressional leaders have been in terms of approaching the entire conflict. Is there room in the Big Ten of the Democratic Party for that right now, or for you, is that TBD?
It's a good question. I'll be quite honest. Hey, Hakeem, say what you actually think, buddy. Again, I keep saying this. Whatever happened to vote blue no matter who? Right? Whatever happened to that? It's almost as if, you actually get through the primary and you have a pretty good shot at winning in the general, especially in New York, right? As a Democrat, all of a sudden you have all the main, I don't know, congressional apparatchiks and main sort of, trying to think what the best term is to say here. Main sort of apparatchiks? No, congressional representatives. I think that's the term. Basically having hesitancy, being well, I don't know. He's kind of he's a guy dude thing. He's kind of whatever. It kind of scares me. I don't know about this one, guys. How much money does Hakeem Jeffries get from AIPAC? Hakeem Jeffries, money from AIPAC, because that's the main thing with Hakeem Jeffries in terms of campaign contributions. Oh, yeah, AIPAC tracker. This is a very generally reliable source, I'd say. Oof, $1.3 million from AIPAC. That's a lot of money. I wonder why maybe Hakeem Jeffries might have some reservations for, wanting to support Zohran Mamdani in particular. Not, it couldn't be because of any particular reasoning for, I don't know, his, line saying that, personally I think that Palestinians and the Palestinians and the Israelis should have, equal rights for all within Israel, I think that's like pretty base and epic. The same position as what Ilan Pape himself also adopts. So, you know, I'm just throwing out some thoughts there.
Well, certainly we're a big tent party, and I think what I'll say in terms of the House Democratic Caucus family is that every single member of the House Democratic Caucus, from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez all the way to Representative Jared Golden and everyone in between, progressives, New Dems, and Blue Dogs, we in the House, we represent the gorgeous mosaic of the American people. That's a good thing. Now, I think what we have to do is make sure that we can more intimately communicate with the American people, that we understand their challenges and their frustrations.
He's still not really answering the question.
Desire to build an affordable economy that actually works for working class Americans, that we hear you, we see you, we feel you, and we're committed to making life better for you.
Yeah, except like you're not really doing that. Yeah, he's not answering the question. He's answered like none of these questions, basically. I think he's just going to be too afraid to want to talk about Zohran Mamdani because of the fact that he represents a new energy within the Democratic Party. Like Zohran Mamdani's broader coalition, if we can be like broad, like, you know, not hyperbolic, but broadly accurate, is what a lot of like more sort of like upper middle class, like sort of like tech workers and stuff like that, like more upper middle class, like suburbanite, like liberals and stuff like that. Not like suburbanite liberals, that's not like exactly accurate, but you get the vibe. Like upper middle class, like liberals, highly educated people, right? Highly educated liberals, and working class people as well, or people within the working class. And it's a very broad, multiracial, young coalition. These are the things that terrify the Democrats, that someone is able to bring those two particular classes of people together in order to be able to build a, well, coalition in order to be able to gain power.
And the bigger the tent, the more likely it is that we can reach the greatest number of Americans.
I mean, all you people do is try to appeal to upper middle class, like Republican suburbanites. Like, are we for real, dude? Like, come on, dude. People who are like never gonna want to vote for you anyways because you're gonna make the assumption that everyone else is already gonna vote for you anyways because of just how stinky and mean and terrible the Republican Party is. Well, unfortunately, that strategy is not gonna work anymore. We've seen, broadly speaking, everyone more and more so shift towards the Republican Party, and that was minority voters, a bunch of other working class voters and stuff like that. People, broadly speaking, feel abandoned by the party. This want to inherently appeal to the upper middle class, suburbanite, like white moderate and Republican voters it's not working. It's not.
All right, interesting to get your mosaic there, get some nuance on that. I'm running over on time, but I got to give you at least a chance to respond to Elon Musk. You've risen to run the Democratic Party in the Congress. No easy feat.
Okay, I don't care about Elon Musk. Screw Elon Musk. He's a Nazi. There you go. That's my thoughts on Elon Musk. Very cool. We got also, I believe this is Richie Torres. One of, I don't know, Apex's strongest soldiers or some shit. What does he got to say?
Tonight, the midterms may have just gotten a little bit harder for some New York House Democrats. Looking to capitalize on Zohran Mamdani's meteoric ascent in New York City, some of his allies are now threatening to primary some Democratic incumbents in next year's election. CNN asked Mamdani if he'd stop those potential challenges.
Dude, Richie Torres is like a complete fucking wretch, dude. Like, he is just an awful human being, right? Like, he is just not a good person. And how do you know this? He follows the Horseman of Spite, aka a Destiny, on Twitter. So therefore, yeah, he's got to be bad, right?
challenges, and his press secretary said that he was declining to comment. So
Yes.
who ended up making that list? Well, there's House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Representatives Yvette Clarke, Dan Goldman, Jerry Nadler, and yes, Richie Torres, who is with us at the table tonight. So what do you think?
I'm honored. I think it's fair to say that my colleagues in the New York congressional delegation and I, we do not care about the Democratic Socialists of America. We're focused on defeating congressional Republicans in the midterms and making Hakeem Jeffries the Speaker of the House.
I don't think that's going to be very hard for you guys to achieve, given, broadly speaking, how ridiculously unpopular a lot of the bullshit that Trump is doing. I don't think you guys are going to have many problems in the midterms, unless, like, I don't even, like, some, like, singularity of, like, cringe and ridiculous, crazy nonsense happens in order to, like, somehow you guys, like, completely and utterly bungle this. Like, I'm trying to, like, think, like, how possibly could the Democrats fuck this up, right? How could they fuck it up? Because I do think they probably could fuck it up. I'd believe it. I would believe it. It's not a ridiculous thing to just be like, oh yeah, you guys are gonna mess it up. You guys are gonna do something stupid. And yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Minnie, bro, you're from New York. What congressional Republicans do you need to defeat? Great point. That's a pretty good question. What Republican candidate's gonna run in, I don't know, Richie Torres' seat, which is probably very safe blue? None.
And reversing the catastrophic consequences of the Republican reconciliation bill, we could care less about Mickey Mouse primary challenges.
Now let me ask you this: how the
Dude, okay, then again, a guy who's not ostensibly a part of the sort of machine. I don't know if machine is correct to say, but the broader sort of like DSA umbrella. Like, why did the DNC have to oust David Hogg? Why'd they have to oust him? Richie. David Hogg got ousted by the DNC because they felt fucking threatened by his PAC that was looking to sort of, well, look to oust do-nothing Democrats. And I certainly don't doubt that potentially he could have had you in his sights and some of those other people that were listed in there, like Dan Goldman, Jerry Nadler, and others as well. I wonder if you were potentially might be actually afraid and you're just like trying to play it off as if like, yeah, I'm like, it's all actually cool, dude. Like, we're totally like focused on like, I don't know, getting the name of the stupid reconciliation bill changed, and also doing our like LARP shit show like meme tier fest of a 9-hour filibuster, which basically accomplished nothing at all whatsoever. The big beautiful bill still passed, so whatever.
hell does the first openly gay Afro-Puerto Rican congressperson from the Bronx end up being establishment? What does establishment mean these days in the Democratic Party?
That's a really easy question to answer, to be honest. It's very nice that, I don't know, you decided to list all of his, like, id poll, like, identifiers. This is, like, this is what actual id poll looks like. Like, you're not progressive because you're gay Afro-Puerto Rican, okay? Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, how much money does Richie Torres get from AIPAC? I'm curious. Richie Torres, AIPAC tracker. What we got? How much you getting from there, buddy? That's a lot of money you're getting from AIPAC there, buddy. $1.5 million. Woof! That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that this lobbying group is giving to you. This right-wing lobbying group is giving to you. Yeah, you know, very, very uncanny valley grin type situation that we got going on here. Yeah, that's what makes you establishment Democrat. The fact that you're willing to accept millions upon millions of dollars of PAC money, of either being it from corporate PACs or interests that represent the, military-industrial complex, which AIPAC ostensibly represents.
For me, the lesson learned from Mamdani's victory is that there is no Democratic establishment.
What do you mean by that?
Are you being honest when you say you don't know why they're targeting you?
What do you mean by that?
You know why they're targeting you.
Oh no, I'm not. I know why they're targeting
And you know why they're
but
targeting
I don't care that they're targeting.
Well, so why don't you say it? You know why they're targeting you.
I think they're targeting me because I'm pro-Israel.
That's 100%.
Yeah, that's the issue.
So are you saying they're targeting you and all of these other individuals?
Well, at least he admits it.
Hakeem
I mean,
Jeffries and
I
others?
think I am specifically targeted because of my position on Israel.
And
That's
by
what
the
I'm
way,
saying.
he's been courageous on this issue, and he's had a backbone, and he has stood up to the wacko radicals.
Oh, is this like the 3 IQ like Republican that they have on in order to make the panel seem like balanced, quote unquote? Yeah, dude, whatever. Like, definitely this like moron troglodyte who probably like jerks off to the images of mulched Palestinian children wants to definitely like be like, yeah, Richie Torres has been really, really brave on the issue of Israel-Palestine. You know, he's like totally hecking super based and epic. I can't believe that these radicals want to primary him and challenge him because of the fact that, you know, he gets a lot of money from AIPAC. And which, you know, current genocide that's going on in Palestine right now. Like, do we need to like do the meme? We can do the meme. Do the meme. We're doing the meme. We're doing the meme. Palestinians dying at GHF aid locations. We can do the meme. We can do the meme. We're doing the meme. Death or food. Palestinians killed by Israel at Gaza's aid centers. You know what we got here? At the sight of her son, Ahmed's bullet-ridden body laid out in the courtyard of Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza, Ashman Shut collapsed on the ground, overcome with grief. Her screams echoed in the air, her voice choked by shock and sorrow. She kissed the 23-year-old's face, hands and feet as she cried. Her 6 other children and relatives tried to hold her back, but she pushed them away. Leave me with him, leave me with him. Ahmed will speak again. Yeah. In 1 month, 600 Palestinians have been killed and more than 4,200 wounded by Israeli fire near GHF aid distribution sites, according to Gaza's government media office. Why are you relying on Gaza's government? That's run by Hamas, and obviously they have to be fucking dishonest. Is there any like particular reasoning for them to be fucking dishonest in reporting all this stuff? Like, okay, sure. How about we do another meme? Sure. We do the meme. Doing the meme. U.S. contractors shooting at Palestinians. Why don't we do that? We can do that. We can do the meme. We doing the meme? I'm looking for just the video itself. Are we for real right now, video? YouTube? I think you hit one. Woo! Woo! Those are U.S. contractors doing that. Richie! I wonder why people might be having problems with your stances on Israel. Richie! What's this? I wonder why people might be having problems. I couldn't think of anything.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, backed by the US and Israel, has been mired in controversy from the start.
You can say that again.
2 security subcontractors working with the foundation have come forward
Yeah, they're demons.
and given a rare insight into the situation.
I mean, you know, when we first talked about the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, this was the easiest of calls of life. That Israel was going to use this as a honeypot to gather Palestinians using food as a war due to the fact that there was currently, about a 3-month siege upon Gaza itself. No food, no aid, no nothing was coming in, and they were starving out the fucking population. And then they conveniently set up all these, like, little aid locations for people to go to. That makes you think, don't it? Wonder why they're doing that. I wonder why they're just letting this happen. Like, no problem when they were previously doing a 3-month siege, which is against the Geneva Convention.
On the ground.
I got IDF tank posted on the northwest corner now. I brought him in and talked to him. They're show force. I told him to hold there. I don't want this to be too aggressive.
The contractors said security staff were often
Not too aggressive, huh?
unqualified and unvetted. a video showing one occasion when it's thought someone had been hit.
Ah, look at me! Look at me! Gunning down! Look at me! I'm a little gremlin! I'm gunning down the emaciated Palestinians coming in to try to get some food! Hey, Richie! Richie! I wonder why people might be having problems with your pro-Israel stances. I couldn't think of anything! Boy Meets Smitty, can you think of anything? Anyone else? Can you think of anything? I couldn't possibly think of any particular reasoning for as to why people are having problems with Richie Torres's not pro-Palestinian, but pro-Israeli stances. I can't think of anything.
And his party on this, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it, but that's why he's on the list, because these people have a burning hatred for Israel. It's one of their main pieces of their platform, and that's why they put him on the list, and it's terrible.
So, look, when Democrats have been asking,
I think they may be having problems with stuff like this.
oh, what did we learn from Mamdani's victory? What's your answer to that?
For me, it says more about media than ideology. Like the race between Cuomo and Mamdani was not just a collision of ideologies and personalities, but it was a collision of the old world of media and the new world of media. Like, we have to recognize there's a generation of young voters.
Yeah, this is the same fucking dumbass criticisms that all the like Democratic pundits and like even like the I don't know, like the dumbasses like Harry Sisson were also saying. Okay, this is like complete gobbledygook. Okay, that's not the main reason. It's because Mamdani actually believes in things, and motherfuckers like yourself are okay with I don't know, turning children to mulch, starving mothers, children, just killing people, murdering them, starving them, depriving them of basic human necessities. And this being very clearly and broadly televised to people. Listen, ring, 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 ring. Hello, IDF. This is your lawyer speaking. Personally, I believe, solemnly so, that you guys should keep broadcasting all of your wretched actions that you are doing within Gaza, within the West Bank, and you should keep talking about this constantly, over and over and over again. Keep broadcasting it. It's going to look really, really good on the broader world stage. The I don't know, like the pariah state that you people are turning yourselves into. You know, I couldn't think of any particular reasoning at all whatsoever as to why people might not like Israel.
Voters who are no longer watching television. They watch Instagram Reels, they watch YouTube Shorts, they watch TikTok, and we have to meet voters where they are, and we have to adapt to this brave new world of alternative media. That to me is my greatest takeaway.
People always talk about, people talk often about how wonderful Mamdani is and how popular his policy positions are. But nobody seems to mention that Andrew Cuomo, it was a severely damaged candidate with, 12, 13 sexual harassment allegations against him, who had to resign in.
I disagree with this. Like, that got like constantly brought up on the debate stage by both Mamdani and mostly Brad Lander. That man Brad Lander went in on that shit, okay? He had like a grudge with Cuomo, and listen, big ups to our man Brad, okay? Listen, either if you have like a spot within Mamdani's administration, or personally what I think, that man Brad Lander should run for Congress. I'd advocate for him. I would. He'd be great in the House, I think. I hope he has the political ambitions to pursue it.
Shame, who's got a scandal regarding nursing homes?
A different Democrat could have won. Like, there was a universe of voters who could not vote for either Mamdani nor Cuomo.
It doesn't mean that Mamdani did not run an incredibly good and effective campaign.
And I acknowledge your point about Israel, but Mamdani did not run on Israel. He did not even run on defund the police. In fact, he ran away from it. He ran on affordability.
Dude, he didn't run away from it. He didn't talk about it because it's just like a nonsense issue. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He talked about how, like, yeah, I'm not looking to defund the police. I don't know how many times you idiots have to talk about this. Also, crime is down in New York, right? Like, crime rate, New York. It's down. Like, the NYPD is also reporting it as it being down, dude. But whatever. Yeah, we're gonna keep talking about the differing sort of like shit here or something. Like, are we like for real? It's broadly speaking, it's going down. But sure, we're just gonna keep like, I don't know, doing complete annoying fucking nonsense about this. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's fucking stupid. Where is the crime data? Citywide 7 major offenses. There was a particular article from the NYPD saying that yeah, it's all gone down within New York. Annual crimes, number of crimes, poverty crimes, total amount of crime, violent crime compared to 1,000. Can I get like a year over year kind of a deal here? That's what I'm mostly looking for here. Since 2007? Well, that's a spike during COVID. Wait, this is projected. Okay, nice meme. Nice meme. But crime has been going down in New York, not up. So, like, again, to just, like, I don't know, like, bitch and complain and be, like, really dumb and annoying about this shit is very silly. Like, here's the homicide rate, for example. Whoa, it's going down. It went up, it spiked up here in, like, 2020 to 2021 because of COVID. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, New York City Police Department announces crime continues to decline in February 2025. Shatters 30-year shooting record. That's why it wasn't talked about, because it's going down. It's not a main issue that people care about. For you to, like, I don't know, morally preen about and just be stupid and annoying about it. It's ridiculous.
The fact is there is a generation of young voters who are struggling with the crushing cost of housing and higher education and healthcare, and who want to hear candidates speak to their anxieties about the affordability crisis. And so that, to me, is the greatest lesson learned, is that we as Democrats have to create an agenda that speaks to the affordability crisis.
Why is it that when Democrats,
Abunda?
and maybe Republicans as well, want to usher in change, rather than going after the opposite party, they start to eat their own? I mean, David Hogg was raked over the coals for a very similar threat to.
I don't know what her name is. I'm really bad with names. I'm sorry. That is a fantastic point. I also said that. I don't know what her name is. She's like a pretty decent anchor, I believe. She does a good job with these like roundtable thingies that they do at like CNN. Obviously, they have to have dumbass Republican in there because of the nature of like the leadership within CNN. I don't remember. I still don't know what her name is. She does a very good job with these. I'll be honest.
Incumbent Democrats. I mean, that seems like just, dare I say, a little lazy, because it's easier to go after somebody in your own party rather than actually fight against the thing that is the exact
Abby
opposite
Phillip,
of
that's
what
her
you
name.
stand for.
Yeah, I agree. It's not productive, and I think that on the message, especially what you just said, we should all be focused.
We got, former DNC spokesperson. We got the fucking libtard. We got the fucking paid for DNC show. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Yeah, dude, it's totally not efficacious to go after these do-nothing dipshits who just sit on their ass collecting they fucking federal paycheck paid for by taxpayer money from Americans, you know. And we have to go after the one dude who's actually saying, like, we should probably do something about these do-nothing dipshits when everyone is clamoring for your party to do something. But, yeah, dude, totally. Let's go after the guy who's trying to advocate for that position in a position of power and come up with, like, some idiotic, incredulous bullshit in order to oust him from that. Yeah, get the hell out of here with this, like, complete fucking nonsense, dude.
Focus on taking on Republicans. And I think that's why David Hogg and his messaging about standing up another organization to primary potential incumbents was problematic. And it's also, if you're going to be part of the DNC's in
Good. People want it to be problematic. They've had enough of, like, all the stupid, like, idiotic establishment fingering my own fucking asshole and just sitting there doing nothing politics, okay? People have had enough of this stupid bullshit. Like, 40 years. 40 fucking years of this complete, utter nonsense. Capitulation, cowardice, do nothing. People don't want any of it anymore. They're sick and tired of it, and they want change. They want material benefit and change. Like, well, you know, have you considered that, like, Zohran Mamdani is just, like, and David Hogg are just being kind of too aggressive and, like, icky and stinky because they want to kick out all of our do-nothing bureaucrat loser dipshits who just want to sit around and just collect a paycheck? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if people are tired about that. I couldn't think of anything.
Entire role is to elect Democrats. It is not to primary them. That, you know, if you want to pick candidates, go to the DS and the D Trip and they do some of that work, but the DNC raises money for state parties, and that's not what David Hogg instead was a distraction. I think all of this is a distraction, to be honest with you. The fact that we're arguing about this whenever Andrew Cuomo is highly flawed, the only title change that Hakeem Jeffries is going to get is to Speaker. And that is because of the 17 million people that were cut off their health care. And I think that if I think...
Dude, that's not because of, like, Democrats doing a good job. It's because of Republicans being complete, utter fucking demons, okay? You ain't doing shit about that. Okay, get this fucking nonsense out of here. Like, this, again, like, consultants like this right here, this is the death of the Democratic Party. Motherfuckers like this is the reason why, you know, fascism, I don't know, Electric Boogaloo is in power right now with spooky Epstein list denying potential pedophile Donald Trump is in power, okay? Get the hell out of here with this nonsense, dude.
If Democrats continue with that message and continue with doing everything to help the American people and provide more for them, and how Donald Trump is rising costs for Americans, then I think that we will be...
Yo, nice filibuster and changing the name to the bill instead of the one big beautiful bill. That's really helping Americans. They're doing a really good job. I'm feeling aroused to want to support Democrats.
Be successful
but it should be a wake-up call to incumbents that they have to work their asses off.
Yes.
They have to be in touch with their base. Listen, we saw this happen with AOC and Joe Crowley. We saw this happen.
What's that mean for him, though?
The
only way to satisfy
it means that he
would be to
can't. It means that nobody who's elected like this. Listen, we saw that.
Notice how it's the 3 IQ Republican that's, like, saying this shit, who's trying to, like, actually interrupt Anna Navarro's potentially good point here. You know, I shat on her for, like, doing the, like, annoying id poll shit, because I always find that shit to be particularly annoying. But yeah, she's correct. Maybe you guys have to do some actual work. Crazy. Zohran Mamdani is Hindu phobic. From an account called Fact Check. Sure. What do you mean Zohran Mamdani anti-Hindu? By Rise Up Pakistan. Boy Meets Mini? Boy Meets Mini? Vibe check? What's going on here? He's against Hutifa. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Then why are you saying that Zohran Mamdani's anti-Hindu then? Like, in what way? You're against Hintuva? You know what? I'll humor this. Zohran Mamdani anti-Hindu. Sure. Like what? Where's this Rise Up Pakistan? Nonsense. Looks like a shitty blog. Still, what we got? I'm not finding this Rise Up Pakistan. Who's Kanagana Ranahut? Boy Meets Me. Who the fuck is this? He didn't say anything anti-Hindu himself, but his supporters vociferated anti-Hindu slurs, and he didn't disavow it. Like what? Saying that Hintufa is bad? Like, what are you talking about? Like, are we gonna listen? We got like maybe fact check here is like FD signifier, but for Hintufa nationalism. Post the link. Post the link. Linky. What's the linky? It's on YouTube. Okay, well you said it was in a blog. Okay, I tried to find the blog, couldn't find the blog. Okay, now you're saying it's on YouTube. You're currently deflecting right now. Linky. Opposing the first South Asian. That's still not a link. I'm starting to think that you might be espousing some bullshit. Why some Hindu Americans are opposing the first South Asian to run in New York's mayoral poll. Sunday afternoon, New York. What? Yeah, Antifada is not a slur. Wait, is this about globalized Antifada? Extremist agenda? Uh-huh. Wait, I'm Google. We're control F'ing. Yeah. It's all because of globalized the Antifada. It's bullshit. This is complete, utter bullshit. First off, Zohran Mamdani in that Bulwark podcast interview didn't even say this. The reason why he talked about he doesn't like the term Antifada, quite literally, is because of the fact that it gets misappropriated. Brother, you mentioned the Rise Up Pakistan blog first, and now you're saying it's a YouTube link. You're saying he's anti-Hindu, even though you're anti-Hintufa, and you're saying that you're against Islamophobic attacks. Again, during that podcast, he was talking about the term Antifada and why he doesn't like using it because of the fact that a lot of people will misappropriate the term Antifada, which he is correct about. So I'm chalking this into the bullshit category. I'm going to continue.
This happened on the Republican side to Cantor in Virginia. Where they think that because they're elected, they can coast. I'm not talking about Richie. I'm talking about a lot of other people. So what I'm
Great point here by Ana Navarro. She is correct, which is the exact same point that I brought up, which were the main people that David Hogg was looking to go after in particular. But the DNC needs to have their gerontocratic dipshits, in power because again, they don't actually give much of a shit at all about being able to push for change.
I'm saying is it is a wake-up call. This happened to Joe Crowley with AOC. This, people who think because they're elected and they've got the advantages of incumbency, they can coast and not work hard, not put in the sweat, not run good, effective campaigns, are in for wake-up calls.
You're describing older elected officials. He's young. He's new. He's only committed one sin in the eyes of these radicals, and that's just.
Well, I don't think it's only one. I mean, it's well, the sin that we're talking about here is it's a pretty big one, Listen, man, these guys were cheering on the fact that people were that these contractors were shooting, I don't know, starving Palestinians. I wonder why people might not be big fans of Richie Torres. I mean, yeah, I bet that the link is shadow banned. Sure. Okay. Whatever. Again, I've already explained the globalize the Antifada stuff. He was explaining the saying about why the term Antifada was being used in the Holocaust museum's sort of memorial because of the Arabic translation. using the term uprising or protest in order to describe the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Because guess what? Antifada means uprising. It is a word. This is language.
Support Israel. So to get in touch with the base here would mean to give in to this nonsensical free Palestine movement. That's all he can do. And he shouldn't do it, and he's not going to do it.
I just want to point out. I mean,
it's Mamdani's base.
That is not Mamdani.
It's Mamdani's base.
Not the head of the
I just want to say the majority. But Mark Levine, who won the comptroller's rate, was elected by the same electorate as he is Jewish. He's an advocate against anti-Semitism. He's pro-Israel. So the decisive issue in the mayoral election was not Israel; it was affordability.
No, we're talking about the activists
who
were calling for your primary.
And those activists
I'm pretty sure more people didn't vote for like the comptroller in comparison to like the New York mayoral primary. That's a very silly point that this, I don't know, supposed rabble rouser, this dumbass over here, brought for the express purpose of balance is saying. Like it's an irrelevant point. Again, hey Richie, I wonder why people don't like you. Oh, it's because you're okay with Palestinians being murdered. I don't know how many times I have to say this to you, fact check, but Zohran Mamdani saying the term Antifada does not make him anti-Hindu, okay? Like, you want to, like, preen, bitch, and complain about the usage of language, about the usage of the term Antifada to describe the Warsaw Ghetto uprising at the Smithsonian Museum? I think it was that. I think it was the Smithsonian Museum. I could be wrong on that. And Zohran Mamdani talking about the usage of that term within a museum, then as far as I'm concerned, you can cope and seethe about it. Like, I don't give a shit. He's not anti-Hindu. So, whatever. I don't care. Lag? Well, sucks to suck. Yeah, like, again, like, you're saying he's anti-Hindu. I just directly debunked why that's the case. It's all because he said the term Antifada. It's a term that means stuff, and I explained the sort of like context for as to why he was talking about the term Antifada. Doesn't make him anti-Hindu. Or even like pro-Hamas or anything. Like any of these other, like, I don't know, dipshits are trying to argue. It's a complete nonsense story.
I was going to say, Scott, was that I mean, I have not seen that as a rationale. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not part of the rationale. I just don't know. So I just want to be clear that you're saying that that's what it is. You're suggesting perhaps
Certainly
it's that
in my case
and
it's
other
true.
things.
Yeah, there's no question that's true in my case.
But look, I mean, there's a list of people here, and not everybody is being primaried for the same reason, or threatened, I should say. Mm-hmm. One of the things that the co-chair of New York City's Democratic Socialists of America chapter says about Hakeem Jeffries is that his leadership has left a vacuum that organizations like DSA are filling. I think that is more important right now. To me, it seems like he is the one picking the fight with the left, and I think he should focus on fighting the right. That's the...
So I just find this so offensive. We have a two-party system.
The DSA, by the way, is broadly speaking correct. We can find, like, literally, like, Richie Torres was one of the main guys who tried to, at AIPAC, to gin up, like, a cancellation mob against fucking Hassan Piker in order to try to, you know, get him banned off of Twitch for being supportive of Palestinian emancipation. And I don't know, because of like the stupid, like, complete schizo conspiracy theory that Dan Saltman is going forward with. So, like, whatever. It's fucking stupid. Again, Richie Torres, follower of the Horsemen of Spite, Sex Pestiny. Again, like, with the based off of the link that's been sent to me by my lovely mod, Boy Meets Mini, fact check. You have still not provided any evidence for any of your claims. You're saying that has nothing to do with the term Antifada. This is the only thing that, broadly speaking, that I have presented. You said that there is a shadow banned link. I'm sure it's shadow banned. Sure. Whatever. You said there's also a blog that is talking about this. Sure. Okay. Whatever. From Pakistan. And it's just like, okay. Whatever. This was repeated. Who are the Hindus? Harami. Sure. Let me look at this. Who are the Hindus? Harami. Let's see if we can find them. Sure, fuck it. Zohran Mamdani. Anything like this? News 18. Zohran Mamdani, New York mayoral candidate, slammed over anti-Modi, anti-Modi, you say? Anti-Hindu rants. Anti-Hindu rants. I would like to read more, thank you. Indian origin assembly member Zohran Mamdani, a vocal left-wing figure in New York City politics. Let me see this. Where are... Oh, not saying it's here. Harami. Who are Hindus? Harami. Okay. Anti-Hindu slurs and silence at protests. One of the contentious episodes traces back to an August 2020 protest. Protest in Times Square where Zohran Mamdani joined demonstrators opposing the Ram Mandir celebrations. According to eyewitnesses and social media coverage, protesters were heard chanting slogans like, "Who are Hindus? Harami," and directing abusive phrases at Lord Ram. Who's Lord Ram? He didn't say it, but he condoned it. So he participated in a protest where protesters were chanting this. Where's the quote of him condoning the behavior, right? Mamdani stood alongside the crowd as the hate speech unfolded, but did not publicly condemn it. Why does this fucking matter? He was just in a protest. That doesn't mean he's condoning it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't condoning. Do you know what the term condone is? He would be agreeing with what's being said here. He's saying, like, yeah, I agree with these slogans like that, but he didn't do that. That's not what condoning is, then. Mamdani stood alongside the crowd. The silence sparked sharp criticisms from commentators who the mission of more than oversight as they interpret as tacit approval. Who is this? Who's Rishi Bagri? Let me see. Boy Meets Mini, who's this? Who's this? I can't read this. Social media guy. Okay. Congress petitioned the Supreme Court arguing that linkage, blah, 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 blah. Oh, now you're saying they're Nazis? You don't have no idea that that's a crowd of Nazis. Oh, now they're Nazis. How do you know what the political predilections of these protesters are? How do you fucking know? How do you know that? You have no idea. It's just a crowd of protesters. You have no idea if they're fucking Nazis. Also, question, who's I'm curious. What's Ram Mandir? We're going down the rabbit hole. No, it's a comparison. I'm failing to see your comparison. Oh, that's interesting. Ram Mandir is the temple Modi built at the site of the 1992 mosque demolition by fascists. Fact check, you have some explaining to do. Oh, what's going on here? Fact check, I think you might be a Narendra Modi supporter, and that's why you may have a particular problem with Zohran Mamdani, who has expressed anti-Modi sympathies. All right, bullshit detector. Bullshit detector has detected. This is some Brahmanite bullshit. Brahmin bullshit. That is my verdict. What Hindu fucking phobia? This isn't Hindu phobia. They're fucking goddamn protesting the Ram Mandir fucking temple that was built on top of a mosque that was destroyed by Narendra Modi. You are, in fact, the one who is fascists. So, dude, the only people who are calling you Pajits are fucking dumbass groypers and racists online. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Those are white racists. Not Zohran Mamdani, you fucking moron. Alright. I am done dealing with you, fact check. I no longer care. Boy Meets Mini, have your way. I do not care. You want to be as, like, Boy Meets Mini? Unchained. Unchained. You want to be as dishonest? You want to just ad hominem attack? I don't give a shit. Have your fun. Have your way. I don't care anymore. Oh, then, like... We just read the article. This isn't them hating Hinduism. You're just fucking mad. You're a little snowflake. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. I can't believe that people are opposed. I don't need to watch the fucking video. I've read the article. Like, cry harder. I don't give a shit about the fucking video. Again, I've already looked into the context of Ram Mandir. Ram Mandir is a fucking temple that was established after, Narendra Modi decided to gin up his, like, little fascist cohorts within, the RSS to destroy a mosque. This isn't Hindu phobia. You're just mad that you're, I don't know, trying to run defense for a bunch of, Brahmanite fucking bullshit, okay? Doesn't provide all the details. Oh, really? Which one? Which article, then, provides all the fucking details? What's the video? He's just standing there? He's standing there with the microphone.
मैं अंग्रेजी में दे सकता हूँ? थोड़ा अपने बारे बोल देना, थोड़ा इनके बारे में.
I'm watching the video.
सत श्री अकाल जी, my name is Zohran.
I don't know. You keep doing defense for, I don't know. Clearly these anti-Hintufa anti-fascists who are having a problem with what? The fact that a bunch of fascists decided to destroy the mosque that was built there and decided to replace it with a Hindu temple. Also, it looks like Zohran Mamdani isn't even participating in the fucking protest itself. He's giving an interview. He's talking into a microphone. You're full of shit. Oh, you can fucking cry about language. I don't give a fuck about calling Hindus bastards, okay? I don't give a shit about, like, whatever fucking language they're using there. I could care less about that shit, okay? They're protesting the fact that, whoa, a bunch of Hindufa fascists destroyed a mosque that was there before and decided to, whoa, crazy, replace it with, like, some Hindu fucking temple, okay? Like, you can cope about it. I don't really give a shit. And Zohran Mamdani doesn't look like he's participating in the protest. He's probably giving an interview, talking with people there. Whoa, crazy.
Kwame Mamdani. I am a candidate for New York State Assembly District 36, Astoria, Ditmar Steinway, Astoria Heights. I'm here today to protest against the BJP government in India and the demolition of the Babri Masjid in the attempt to build a mandir on top of the ruins of it.
Oh, that seems pretty clear. Oh, that seems really clear. It's like hating Jews for what happened in Israel, despite many Jews don't support Israeli government. What the fuck are you talking about? Israelis support what the government is doing in Palestine, you fucking troglodyte. You're just a okay. Continue your fucking Brahmanite cope. I don't give a shit about any of this stuff, alright? Get the fuck out of here.
I'm here with my Sikh brothers and sisters. We have other protesters on the other side, and we are here to make clear that
it seems like he is joining an anti-fascist protest, and you're just mad about the fact that Zohran Mamdani is an anti-fascist. So, cope, seethe, mauled, cope, massive cope. Massive cope. Well, I'm just happy that I got to experience it, Boy Meets Mini, before I died. Anyway, let's fucking finish this video.
Is a binary choice between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, between Team Jeffries and Team Trump. And if you're undercutting the Democratic leader in his own backyard, you're doing the bidding of Donald Trump. That's what they're doing.
Massive cope. Yeah, it's totally undercutting the work of the a leader of the Democratic Party replacing do-nothing Democrats with energy and people who want to basically just want to improve the party fundamentally, materially speaking, because again, you're not interested in that fundamental sort of improvement. You just want to keep getting your fucking APAC bucks and sort of advocating for, well, the death of children. That's what you want to do, Richie Torres, you ghoul. I don't think there's really much else to say here besides the fact that, as expected from the Democratic fucking establishment, these, like, charlatans, these complete losers, they're just like, oh, wait a minute, we're actually kind of threatened by Zohran Mamdani by the fact that he's actually broadly building the coalition of support that is necessary to, well, defeat our do-nothing politics and our complete sort of, utter nonsense bullshit of, guys, if we just keep doing nothing and showing our belly in vulnerability to the Republican Party, maybe we'll be able to get some kind of, like, salt cap deductions or some shit. Yeah, dude, totally. Get the hell out of here with this, like, stupid bullshit, Richie Torres and Hakeem Jeffries. The time of neoliberalism is dead. The time of, like, do-nothing, pathetic, loser-ass Democrats is dead. Cope, seethe, mauled about it. You guys are losers. Nice. I'm done. I'm not going through the FEMA stuff. All right, I've had enough of a fun time arguing against Brahmins. Well, that was fun, though. I will admit, that was fun. Arun is from a fucking Brahmin background? That's funny. Very funny. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever, It's the same thing with, like, a lot of other demographics, right? That some are just, like, it's just a very loud, annoying minority of, like, morons and dipshits. You know what? Since One Hand Politics decided to come visit us and say, hey, what's up? We're going to raid into One Hand Politics. That's what we're going to do. Raid messages. Alright, dorks, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid bot. If you are a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoWie with the Daho raid bot. That's how we show appreciation. Those are in 20Ks. Gamers! I will be back tomorrow. What are we working on in Factorio now? Stone? Military science? I mean, I do want to get chemical science pretty much as soon as possible. I need to try to find that nest, and I need to kill it. Find nest, kill it, get a car to do it, get a car to do it. Get a car to do it, load it up with some ammo, and bah! Kill it! Maybe I need to put up some radars to scout the area, because I'm like completely in the blind and shit like that. Anywho, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be taking care of that stuff. Doing some probably reorganization of the factory again, moving the science over, yada, yada, yada. Shit like that. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.